Hi, good people. Hello, hello, hello. All right, let me take some time to say hello to the folks in the chat because since you guys came in early, I gotta say my hello. Hi, Miss Lady Magenta. Spirit. Hey, DD Star 73. Hey, Miss Bree Edwards. Hey, Oh, y'all, you guys in these names. What in the world? Yeah, don't try to get Okay. See, y'all messing with me right now with these names. Okay. I'm gonna call you E. Hey, E. Hey, Logan. Thank you for making it easy for me, Logan. Hey, Miss D. Atkinson. Hey, Terry Brown. Hey, West Side. Hey, D. West Nose. Hey, Inez. Yeah, we're gonna have a call in tonight. Hey, Nakenya. Hey, Nikia. Hey, Sharon. Hey. Hey, it's that T for me. Hey, Devin. Hey, Miss MJ. Hey, Mo. Hey, Moans. Hello, my set time. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Kiki. Hey, Kim. Hey, Miss HLS. Hey, Nosy Rosie. Hello, Yolanda. Hey, Terry, aka Mix. Hey, Rhonda. Hello, Cool Weather. Hello, Pamela. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Lashonda. All right, I think I'm finished. Okay, hey, Miss Kim. Hey, Jackson Tabasco. Hey, Shirley. Okay, all right. Me like it. Hit the like button. That's right. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna put my face on. Bah! Hello, y'all want to see my shirt? Hold on, I'm gonna show you my shirt. But God. I had to show you my shirt. Yeah, had to show my shirt. But God. All right, hey everybody. Okay, let's go. Y'all, yesterday I was too tired to talk about this, and I did a little short live. And in doing that short live, I think some people misunderstood something. So I got to address some stuff. But before I address some stuff, I do have to pray because when we pray, we let God just enter our spirit so we get things right and not misstep, mislead, or anything like that. So let's pray. It's going to be a short prayer, nothing big and extravagant, nothing like that. We're just going to say, Lord, help us. Amen. That's a prayer, okay? That's a prayer. All right. So I told you yesterday when I got on my way home, I was listening to phone calls from prison. Shout out to phone call from prison. I thought they got her, but she came back. She came back. I thought they got her. I thought that guy got her, but she came back. I was listening to that call, those two calls, and guys, one thing I'm going to tell you guys: I believe in grace. I believe in everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That being said, I'm going to talk about some of the facts that has been brought, the alleged facts. Um, she posted it last night. She posted it last night, T. Hey, love lies, love lace. You know me and that tongue tied stuff. But Triple L, hey Triple L. But one of the things that I'm going to say about this whole thing is when I first heard it, when I first heard her putting that letter out, the letter in support of him coming back to her house and saying that she was not a victim and that she doesn't mind for him to come back to living with her and for them to give him bond, right? Remember that? And I made the assumption, this is me, I'm talking about me. I made the assumption that she could have not even heard about those other things like the children pictures and all this kind of stuff, okay? Because the reason why I said that, if you guys can recall, my members have heard me playing her coverage of R. Kelly's case with the child pornography and all that kind of stuff. And you remember how she spoke about it, how she was adamant of how much of a monster Mr. Kelly was. Remember that? Right? You know what? I'd do better than that. I'm going to play some of those clips that she was saying during the show, and I'm going to show you how she talked about how she perceived, how she made judgment on. This is way before he got the conviction. How she was all on it, and she had a great stance on it, right? But now, when the shoe is on the side of her family. Thank you, Lady JS. Thank you for the super chat. Now that the shoe is on the side of her family, she's very oblivious to this. It's like she doesn't believe. You know what I'm saying? It's the devil. You get what I'm saying? Now, is there anyone to? And if you notice, there's been absolutely no coverage of her husband's situation. Is mum's the word. She only made a comment when Steve and them did that strawberry strawberry story, and he's trying to get his wife name out the whole picture and put the focus back on Shirley, right? You haven't heard not one thing about her. Okay, not one thing. She has not said anything. She's been mum's the words. But when Mr. Kelly, I guess he was news, when Mr. Kelly was going through this, you heard this woman. She did so much coverage on it. Okay, on and on and on and on and on and on. I just got a couple of those coverage that she said. Now listen to some of the stuff that she said, y'all, and I'm gonna play it. Fair act use. This is used for criticism. Let me put my little disclaimer thing up. So, copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for the fair use for the purpose of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Okay, I'm going to keep this down here, let it flow. But I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. All right. And these are her coverage. I have like about 30 minutes on one and 12 minutes on the other one. And these are just her coverage of Mr. Kelly's case. Okay. So let me play the first one. The first one's about 12 seconds. Okay. Listen to this. This is when he was actually, given his sentence. This is her comment here. Hold on. Hold on.
In trending entertainment news, R. Kelly is guilty.
Good. And now here's Tommy.
You heard that? Good. Okay. Okay. Let me go ahead. You heard what she said on that one. Okay. Now let's listen. I'm not gonna play the 10-minute one. Maybe I should play the 10 minutes. No. Let's play the other one. Now listen to this. This is her cover. They kept covering it. They kept putting it on. Kept putting it on. Kept putting it on. And listen to some of the stuff that they were saying. Okay. Listen. But mum's the word for her situation. You don't hear not one beep. Here we go.
Harvey Morning Show. In today's entertainment news, it's strike two for R. Kelly. A second attempt to get released early from jail due to fears of COVID-19 has failed. Previously, the judge noted that there were no confirmed COVID-19 cases at Metro Correctional Center in Chicago at the time of R's first request. Since then, things have changed, and a federal judge acknowledged the coronavirus has hit the facility, but R. Kelly's lawyers didn't make a strong enough case that he is uniquely at risk to contract the coronavirus. The judge also wasn't swayed by the argument that Kelly isn't a flight risk because he's showed up for scheduled court appearances. Plus, he's facing serious charges like witness tampering. Robert promised to stay off social media and wear a GPS monitor at home, but wow.
We don't want you to be at home. That's where all of it happened at.
But the judge said given the current crisis, law enforcement resources are too stretched to monitor a defendant with a history, incentive, and opportunity to interfere with potential witnesses. Wow.
Y'all messing with my life right now.
So no. So that's a no. No. Yes, Robert.
No. Well, just wash your hands like everybody else. You be like, shut up, Julia. Shut up, Julia. You messing with my life right now.
Shut up, Robert. Yeah. Nobody trying to hear that.
20 seconds, Robert.
So this was attempt number 2. Wow.
You gotta get that.
No.
She said no. All that long motion.
Yeah. You could be a flight risk. You could witness tampering. All of that. No and no. You can come back again. No.
You heard her, right? No and no. Come back again. No. You heard her, right? Hold on. It's some more. Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Okay, now this is her. Now this is the cover. She kept covering. All I'm doing, y'all, is showing you the difference, okay? The difference, okay? How she covered this, and they're not saying not one word. Listen. The devil is doing the stuff for, the devil did the one for her husband, but listen to this with R. Kelly. Listen.
And finally, in entertainment news, a big show.
Hold on, it's more. Because I remember how she was going in. Yeah, hypocrite.
Against R. Kelly, investigators are looking to a newly surfaced video. Here we go again with these R. Kelly videotapes and stuff. Man, there are new allegations now against R. Kelly. Investigators are looking to a newly surfaced video featuring R. Kelly and a young girl. VHS tape was submitted by a whistleblower who is being represented by Michael Avenatti. Michael Avenatti is the same lawyer who represented Stormy Daniels in that case. Avenatti claims that his client can ID both Kelly and the girl in the video, who are seen performing multiple sex acts. There are also some disturbing references to the girl's age and their dynamic, including referring to her private parts as 14.
Wasn't there some disturbing things that's been referenced to girls' ages in the in his case? Remember 11 and 12 pictures of the children with animals on their private part. Remember that? But the devil did that one with her, with the devil. But okay, hold on. Yeah, exactly, T. Miss T, yes. T for me, yes. Yeah, exactly. Listen, y'all, keep listening. Keep listening. Keep listening. Keep listening, y'all. Keep listening. Keep listening, y'all. Just listen. Listen, Linda. Listen, okay? Just listen.
Years old, and her calling R. Kelly daddy multiple times. The man in the video also apparently has a mole on his spine consistent with one of the singer's birthmarks. Apparently, the whistleblower has known R. Kelly for decades and has met the girl a few times. The singer's lawyer says they are unaware of any new evidence against Kelly. Avenatti, as I mentioned, is the same attorney who represented Stormy Daniels last year. If you recall, back in 2002, R. Kelly was arrested for child pornography for a very similar video. And while
for sure thing, we're listening to Shirley on Steve Harvey's morning show when she was doing the coverage of R. Kelly when he was charged with those charges, and I'm just making a comparison of what happened then and what's happening now. You know, her husband is being charged with those pictures, and remember, I made the assumption that she probably didn't know. That's why she sent a letter supporting, saying that she's not a victim and that she wants her husband to come back and live with her. Remember that? Remember the letter? Should I show you guys the letter? And I made the assumption thinking that she didn't know about these pictures because she was so adamant when she was covering the R. Kelly cases. And she was like, he was all, no, I'm letting you guys hear her words and what she was saying back then. I am just making a comparison, and then we're going to have a discussion, because when the shoe is in your house, it's totally different. Your views are totally different. I'm talking about Shirley. Her views are totally different. It's the devil now, because remember, the devil doing this now. The devil, not Ernesto. Ernesto ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the devil. But when R. Kelly was being accused of it, she kept, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just letting you guys hear her words, and this is just a comparison, y'all. I'm not trying to bring Mr. Kelly involved in this. I'm just giving y'all a comparison. So how people see things differently when the shoe is in their house. I keep saying the shoe. When the situation is in their house. Hey, Sylvia. All right, let's go.
Being acquitted 6 years later, one issue back then was that no one could prove whether it was R. Kelly on the tape. Jesus. Wow. He's in jail. Yeah, he does. He really does.
Did you hear her say, Carla said he needs to be in jail, and she said he does. He really does. What about your husband, ma'am? What about your husband? Just listen, y'all. We're doing a comparison here. We're just doing a comparison. We're not trying to bring anything. I'm just going to let you see what she says, okay?
Is anybody saying how old this tape is? How recent it is? Or...
They're saying VHS tape was submitted, so you can...
Oh, it's back then.
It was, yeah.
Hey, Mustafa.
When it happened, she was 14 years old.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, when the tape happened, she was what, 14? She said, okay. When these pictures, how old did the investigator said these pictures? The girls was what? How old? Like, according to Nesto, he said something about 11, 12, 13. Remember? That's what they said. I'm going to play phone calls part on that too. So let's continue to listen, people. This is her a couple of years ago talking about R. Kelly, okay? And her views at that time regarding this, okay? But her views are totally different when it's her husband's being accused of stuff like that.
See, I don't know how law works in these cases right here. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations. It's just, it's just repeatedly.
Yeah, he needs to be stopped.
The same thing, though, man. It's not good.
Sickening, Steve.
It's not good in any way. It's just not good.
No. I mean, it's not even a lot you can say about this.
And I mean, until I saw this special on it, though, the series that they did,
yeah,
I didn't know it was at that magnitude. I didn't know. I heard it, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't go to court and read documents on it. I just didn't know.
And you weren't alone. A lot of people said the same.
Steve, I went to court and read his documents, Steve. Yeah. I went to court, I read his document, and Nesto's document, Ernest Williams' document. So I know the magnitude of his alleged charges. Okay?
Thing, yeah. Yeah, this is awful. This really is
sickening.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on. In other entertainment news, R. Kelly is charged with sex crimes in Minnesota now. And the judge ordered Spinderella and Salt and Pepper into mediation. All right? Yeah, I have a confession to make. When I first saw that word, I thought it was meditation. I was like, what is the judge ordering them Monday with prostitution and solicitation related to an allegation that he invited a 17-year-old girl to his hotel room back in 2001 and paid her $200 to dance naked with him. The prosecutor said the 17-year-old girl was trying to get an autograph from R. Kelly, but that he gave her his signature and a phone number. When the girl called the number, she was invited to Kelly's room, his hotel room, and there she was offered $200 to take her clothes off and dance. The prosecutor also said that Robert took his clothes off and they danced together naked. Robert's lawyer called these allegations absurd. I don't think so. I can see it.
No, R. Kelly never getting out of jail. He's never getting out.
No.
She was a child. She was 17.
Yeah.
She's a child. So
Coupled with everything else that we've seen and heard about him, it's entirely possible that this could have happened.
Yeah.
Just like
pattern that we've been hearing about. Yeah, and the way we're going, we'll believe her more than we believe him.
Yes, we will. Yes,
He
we
do
will.
better trying to get him a studio built in there.
I'm going to live in jail. I'm going to go out with him and say, he did it. I'm going to go out there. Yeah, I think he did it.
Yeah.
Well, we want justice for the victims.
That is true.
Absolutely. Finally, after all these years, this happened back in 2001, guys. It's 2019, as we all know. Yeah, 18 years ago.
I mean, what?
Yeah.
Really?
I told you, I got a 14-year-old baby girl.
What I'm talking about?
Man, let me tell you something. Y'all wouldn't even be talking about this here.
Well, when the allegations first came out,
What?
I mean, I felt the same way because, my daughter was a teenager during.
Wait a minute. Did you what? Did she just say I felt the same way? Did you hear her what she said? And her daughter is a certain age. Well, your daughter don't want you around that man around her. Didn't he just say that? The door, y'all heard the phone calls, right? Okay. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying, people. Okay, I'm just giving you guys an outlook, just a commentary on this. Just listen, Linda, and listen. I'm trying to do it as slowly as possible so folks can understand what I'm talking about. Instead of putting comments in my thing and saying, when did she say that? When did she say that? I'm playing it for you so you can hear her say it, okay? Hold on.
That time. So yeah, people and parents, and even if you didn't have children, you
People got nieces and
nieces and
nephews.
their family members and people they knew, sisters, little sisters, all of that. So
They're kids, man.
yeah. All right. So
Shirley, why is it different when it's your husband? Why is it different when it's your husband? Why is it different when it's your husband? I just would like to know, Miss Shirley.
other entertainment news coming up next. At the top of the hour, entertainment news. We'll talk about R. Kelly right after this. You're listening to the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Minutes after the hour, guys, R. Kelly's.
All I'm saying, y'all, you see all these are different clips I went and put together. It's a whole bunch of them. Thank you to Tabitha. It's a whole bunch of clips, y'all. A whole bunch of clips. About Mr. Kelly, R. Kelly, right? But nothing about Ernesto. And this is before any kind of conviction. This is during the time when the allegation was happening, and then, in fact, he got the charges, right? Okay, remember? This is around that time. He had not gone to trial. This is her covering this. She was covering it on and on and on and on. Every time entertainment news came on, she was talking about it. And she talked about it for a long time. But you don't hear anything about Nestor. What we heard, let me go ahead and play what we heard because I'm going to stop playing the R. Kelly stuff because it's quite a few of them. So I'm not going to keep running on and on about that. So what I'm getting ready to do, I'm getting ready to play what we heard last night on phone calls from prison, fair act use from phone calls from prison with Shirley talking about her husband's situation with her husband.
Yeah. Who the fuck gonna fuck with somebody like that? For real.
I know.
Man, I'm just done. I'm done.
Don't be done, honey. Just this too shall pass. Horrible as this is, it shall pass.
She says, horrible as this is, this shall pass. Okay? Remember, there was no grace, no sympathy, no nothing when she was talking about Mr. Kelly, right? Nothing. But with her husband, keep listening, y'all. Keep listening.
All right. Okay, I love you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll try to call you back tomorrow, I guess.
I love you too. Okay, honey. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for using Global
Come on, more.
In this next call, Ernesto and Shirley continue to talk about his new charges. Ernesto says he's being set up and he's upset with his lawyer. Shirley tries to calm him down. Take a listen.
Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
Yes. I'm all right. How are you, honey? Yes, Tosh. I'm on the phone. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll get with you. Yeah, I'm okay, hon. How are you? Tosh just came downstairs to speak.
Oh, she can't speak to you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Well, she doing better, I see. That's good.
Yeah, she's doing much better. She's not sick anymore.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. How are you feeling
Today? I just came back from over there and everything.
T, she doesn't post daily now. She posts daily other things.
What they said it was. I just got a whiff yesterday. But that shit is all backwards.
Okay.
So I had an email sent out to him, let him know I don't need them talking to you no more. Me and you gonna sit down and hash out tonight.
Okay, why don't he wants the attorney talking to her anymore? Why don't he want the attorney to talk to her anymore? But listen to how her reaction to the whole thing is. Thank you, SEJ, for the super chat. Thank you, darling. At the end, we're going to play our money song for everybody. Hold on.
What we need to do, as concerned with you and I,
What do you think? You don't need him talking to me anymore.
that kitty shit. Because see, he shouldn't call you and told you nothing until he found out the true facts. He didn't have the true facts. I didn't understand that part. Who came to me or forewarned me first? You know what I'm saying? And I don't like people trying to get too familiar when they think they know something they don't know. I get what I'm trying to say is, I'm married. This is my marriage. This ain't nobody else's marriage. People try to get close to what they think it is, and then it's gonna be none what they think it is.
What does the marriage have to do with anything?
Because it was some slick shit that said, shoot, he gonna wind up in the divorce court. All this stuff keep coming up. He shouldn't have never said that to somebody.
Thank you, Opalette.
You got this is a small goddamn city now. This is a small city. You don't have to repeat what I said.
A long time she's gonna bury her head.
It's like that's why I said the other day, ain't nobody buddy in this situation. This is business right here. So,
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like some pressure on. Well, you gonna send small money? No, that was a fee. When you start, that's how it's supposed to go. If you charge a price, it's not all up front. You charge like it all up front. That's not how this shit was. That's not what the agreement was. It's a certain amount. You get started, do what you need to do, and we get to that point. Now, this right here was a cold blow right here. And I know where this blow came from because I went in there today and heard it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And they told me they wasn't giving me no bond for another 2 months. You got to do the same process again. Sit up here for 2 months. 2 months. And let another judge decide to let me get a bond because it's not the same caliber of situation. I never had no situation in my life like this. So they can't judge me on that. They judge me on because I still got these open cases. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they told me today. And so today when I got in there early, they told me I had to have so actually did I have reputation. So I said, no, I'm gonna do a public sermon. And they said, no, you gotta keep the same one you got on all your cases. Because they're complex. So I get in there, I'm like, okay. So it's time to go to court. Then the DA came in and said, no, I talked to the judge yesterday. His lawyer yesterday said he's not gonna work the case. So I'm saying to myself, okay, but he could have came and told me that shit yesterday. Instead of running, calling you, telling you something, the facts ain't all the way there, and that's not even what.
He running to tell you something, and the facts are not even there. Okay.
The full fair, what I'm charged with. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and the killing part is what I'm charged for is 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds. What kind of shit is that? You understand now?
He is rambling.
It's a image. That's what it says. It's a image, a slight image. That's what it said. Okay. Then it was in his property phone, whatever. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. So I'm trying to figure out where it come from. All right, so then it said you set up like I'm running a chain of line. That's not true.
It sounds like what now? Say that part again.
Running something. You know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that wasn't true as well. It either at all. That's not what it says at all. So that's about it. So well, you don't have to bond me out. You don't have to do none of that. He hasn't produced the other bonds. I ain't got that yet anyway.
Well, remember yesterday I told you there's going to be a public defender? That's what he told me. He won't.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
He's not good.
He told me. Well, he doesn't handle those kinds of cases, period. Nothing to do with anything like that.
Right.
So that would be a public defender. But the other stuff, but every time they get new charges, that's like a new case anyway.
Right. I do understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I do understand. I understand all that. I got that far. But what I was trying to get him,
thank you, Inez.
I say I'm being set up. You can't see because you ain't been in this long enough to see this.
Mm-hmm.
Now they see this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, and when I was trying to explain to him about how little folk.
Okay, I got a question for you guys. Who do you think is setting him up? He said he's being set up. Who do y'all think is setting him up? He said he's being set up. Who do you think is setting him up? Who do you think is setting him up? He said he's being set up. Somebody said him. Mustafa said him.
You understand that? Okay, our little folks put that all together on the whiff because they didn't like this one person. And that
the little folks did it. The little folks put it on one person on a whiff. The little folks. That's what Shirley should have asked him. He said the little folks put it all on a whim. Little folks. Hey, Tabitha. Nobody's trying to blame somebody. Exactly. Little folks. He needs to stop talking about the little folks.
One person, you figure that one person who was maybe jealous.
Well,
Oh, they're jealous.
yeah.
They're jealous.
Yeah, I'm not gonna agree with that totally, but okay.
No. That's not what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you, I'm not trying to throw nobody on the bus and look like that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just, I'm not saying that. But okay, well, we can't really, yeah.
Right. I can't, but I'm trying to get the best of it out. So you can just go. What about your place? Did it come together for you?
No, not yet.
Okay. And do you know how much left on this man?
About 10 or 12, something like that.
10 to 12,000?
No, it's not.
10
I thought you did 22.
No, he was like 35 or something.
35,000?
I'm talking about what you gave.
He was 35,000.
Okay.
What? I'll figure it out.
Okay, because I want to make sure. It's clear. Cause I want you to go ahead on and do what you got to do. Because I can't go no fucking way anyway. My life is just shambles like a motherfucker.
No cursing, sir.
That just really blows me. It's really blows me.
Yeah, I bet it did. Yeah, that's horrible. That's like the worst.
Oh, 3,500?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss MJ.
And then he ain't gonna get paid because I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about, whatever. But his mind ain't probably think, I gotta get paid. That should just be fucking with me right there. I just could be honest.
Well, you shouldn't let it because that is true. You gotta pay these people. That is true. If you want them to work your case, you gotta pay them.
Yeah, I got that part.
Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. Put a stopper right there. Hold on. I'm reading Anna. Anna said, I read the warrants and they don't make sense. I said sense. Plus, ADA lied in court about witnesses coming forth after October 26th. News story aired. All interviews happened before October 18, 2022. You said all interviews happened before October 18, 2022? One of those I read was in 2023. No, I read some that was after October 2022. So what paperwork did you read? Hold on. What paperwork did you read? Because what I read, there was some after October 2022. Which one did you read? Because I'm reading this one where it's signed right here. The officer signed it. This is after. One is given stuff from 1/11 to 2023. So why would they have 2023 on here? You see? It says on January 11, 2023, I requested that Detective Field. See? Anna, I don't know what you're reading. No, we're talking about Anna. Hold on, Anna. Hold on. You said interview. I'm reading the interview here. You said all interviews occurred before October 2022. And I'm reading an interview here in January 2023. Anna, what paperwork are you reading, young lady? Anna, what are you reading? Because I'm reading stuff in 2023. Mustafa says they lie all the time in court. Any insight on how Roswell Police Department roles? Any issue with racism? Questionable behavior on police officer? Well, you're not just dealing with Roswell. You got Henry County too. What about Henry County? You got California. What about California? You got cases that he pled guilty to. Oh, who's out? I'm not gonna give names of people, Anna. Come on now. You know I ain't gonna give names of people on this stuff. I'm not giving name of people on this stuff. That's one thing I'm not gonna do because these are allegedly victims. So I'm not gonna read it. Are you close to this case, Anna? Are you very close to this case? I just want to know. Maybe you can give me some insight. He's referring to Sheridan when the little people. Anna may be on SEJ. That's what I'm asking to Anna. There's a whole channel on YouTube about Roswell Police, how they don't operate correctly. Oh, okay. So they don't do things correctly? So even his past charges, past conviction, that's not correct as well? Even his past conviction. I'm just asking a question. Why would anyone want to set him up? No. Don't block Anna. No. Let's not do that. Come on now. We can't block somebody because they're making a comment. Come on. Don't do that. They're not disrespecting anybody. They're not being nasty. They're not cussing anybody out. So please don't do that. We're not blocking anybody just for the sake of somebody blocking. We're not doing that, people. Mods, if I catch one of y'all blocking somebody just because you don't like what they're saying, okay, she's saying joking. Because if I catch one of y'all, because my other mods would tell me who it is that blocked them for no reason. And if I catch y'all doing that, bet your bottom bottle or your rent will be gone. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Hey, okay, come on. I was talking to Anna. Okay, so Anna, can I finish playing this? You can give me some more information. If you want to come up, I'm going to put the link in. Maybe you can explain some stuff to us. Hold on a second. Because remember, Sylvia is here. No judgment. Maybe you know more stuff than I do. All I'm doing is presenting the information based on that. And I'm going back, listening to some of the stuff that Shirley said and how she reacted of a certain thing. And she keeping hush mouth with her husband. That's all. I'm just double standard here. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Just bringing in information to you guys. And I want to know if Anna knows more than I do from what I'm reading. Anna, please, by all means, hit the link when I put it in there, okay? Hold on, yeah. Let me just go ahead and play this.
I want to see them other shit taken care of. Like they say it. You understand what I'm saying? I want to see it. It's 4 o'clock. What if I didn't have this from yesterday? It's 4 o'clock. I don't see you told me when.
Yeah. Well, the reason it wasn't Wednesday is because of the other charges.
That's some bullshit.
You know that. Well, I don't know, but I mean, honey, I don't know. I can only go by what they tell me.
I got you.
And since it didn't happen, that's what I'm going by. If you got new charges.
So that's why I didn't get it.
Yes. Because you got new charges.
That motherfucker didn't tell me that motherfucker's a piece of shit. No,
hun.
Can I ask y'all a question on this one? Listen, y'all. His reaction, his demeanor, how he changed all of a sudden towards his attorney, that has me really questioning some of this stuff because you getting so defensive like this and cussing. Why are you cussing? Why are you calling him an MF? What's the purpose of this change of attitude? You get what I'm saying? It seemed like this is the same man that was laughing at everything. And when he talked to the other young lady, he's one way. Why are you getting so defensive and just like cussing like this MF and all this kind of stuff? Why? Why is he so angry with his attorney? Why? Because he's told Shirley what's going on? Is that the reason why? The lawyer didn't. Sarah says the lawyer didn't get the memo to lie to Shirley. I think that's what it is. He's kind of pissed off because Shirley is learning some stuff and she's addressing it with him and he's deflecting. He's upset. Because when you know how you used to tell when your kids lying, they start crying and all this kind of stuff. They change, their whole moods change, and they start flickering and just acting weird. And you're like, okay, why you didn't do it? Why are you acting like that? Hold up. Why you acting like that? Most of the time they did it. You get what I'm saying? Because when you didn't do that, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You cool, right? But when you're guilty of something, oh, I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying that, y'all. I am just saying how he's reacting like somebody who has something to hide. That's all.
Please don't say that.
Wow. That's a two-faced motherfucker. Because that's not what he told me.
Well, I don't think he knew it. I don't think he knew it, honey. I don't think he knew it.
Okay, hold on. Do you think his attorney would tell Shirley one thing and tell him something different? Don't you think he would tell him the real facts for real before he tells Shirley? Do you think the lawyer would tell two different stories to about him? One story to her and then another story to Nah. I just think he's mad because the attorney told Shirley. Hey, wisdom. The attorney told Shirley, so he's like, what am I going to do? Oh my God, let me act up because this is like, I'm caught.
Until he was there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, from my end, it sounds like he's working on your behalf, okay? On my end.
But you said I didn't get it because of the new charges.
Well, that's what
Wait a minute. Come on now. Why he playing dumb? He said you said that I didn't get it because of new charges. Duh. Yeah, you wouldn't get it if they got more charges on it. Duh. No.
Yeah, but they threw those on, I guess because they knew you were getting out.
Yeah, I understand. No, I should understand. I'm good. I understand.
But wait a minute. It's like, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. It's like you're getting mad at him, but you can't do that because he's the only one that can help you right now.
I know that.
Hold on, y'all. Did y'all block Anna? Because I don't see Anna talking in here anymore. Did y'all block Anna? Did anybody block Anna? Did anybody block Anna or just Anna decide just to be quiet? Don't say nothing anymore because we're going to bring her up. Anna, did you disappear on us? Did you disappear, Anna? Because SCJ, no, I don't think you. I just want SCJ. You said, look, SCJ, you seem like you're guilty of something. You seem like you're guilty. Anna's in the bushes. Anna decided not to say nothing else.
That's not when you can't help me telling me one thing, telling you one thing. You just not helping me.
Even if he does tell me one thing, what does that matter? The point is
everybody got to be on the same page. it when we're on the same page.
Well, how is it that we're not on the same page?
Because he didn't tell me that. He didn't tell you what? He didn't tell me, oh man, you got some new shit coming, they ain't gonna do it. No.
I just said he didn't know. I don't think he knew that. If he came, I don't think he knew it. And I'm not going in his defense or anything like that. I just don't think he knew it.
Okay.
See,
Shirley, that's not true. The prosecutor usually tell the defense attorney ahead of time what's coming up. Not true, Shirley. They talk to each other behind the scene before. They'll tell them, okay, this is what they're going. Your client, we're about to charge your client with this, blah 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 blah. Because I know that for a fact. Because when I had an attorney, they talked. He was talking back and forth to the thing. He knew what was going on with my case and everything. So the attorneys do talk to the prosecution about the person's case. So that's not true. He did know.
Like, it's like this. You're in there and you're getting mad, but that's not going to help the situation. You got to work with this guy. I mean, we can't afford to get another lawyer.
No, I'm good on that. I mean, he's got to do what he got to do. He can't do nothing with the new shit anyway. I already got somebody who specializes in that anyway. I'm already 10 steps ahead right now.
Wait. Who's going to pay for this specialist? The one that specializes in that kind of stuff. I thought Shirley is the one that's paying for this stuff. So Shirley don't know about this new specialized person that you got ready to go hop on this particular part of the case? But I thought you didn't know. Ha! He got caught, yeah. He got caught. Because remember, he said he didn't know, right? So how he got somebody already to get all this kind of stuff? Y'all, we got to listen carefully to what he's saying. He's just mad because Shirley found out of the charges. That's why he's upset. He's not upset because he's thinking that the attorney told him one thing and her another thing. No, he's upset that Shirley knows now, right? And all of a sudden, he didn't know the attorney. He didn't know all this was coming up. But how did you get somebody else already ready to handle that type of stuff? Because you just told on yourself, sir. You just told on yourself. You just told on yourself. You see how we think. We think outside the box. He is trying to control the narrative. Definitely. Listen, y'all.
Something else right now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that is your defense attorney. So please try to work with him. Don't get angry with him. That's all. Now, you could be right. Maybe he shouldn't have told me. I don't know. But I guess he wanted me to know because I'm your wife.
Yeah, but he didn't tell me.
Y'all, here it is. Sometimes when you listen to the thing a second time, you start getting the creative juices and the understanding comes in. That's why you have to listen to stuff a couple of times before you say anything. You got to listen to it. You got to listen to what this man is. A total con artist. He's good at it. But then if you gotta be one step ahead of him because he comes up with some stuff real quick. Real quick. Boom. Okay, listen. She says, Sylvia, do you think Shirley heard those 2022 calls? Yeah, I think so. Yes. I think she heard them. Yep. Hold on.
He told me nothing. You know what I'm saying?
He told you nothing, but you got somebody who's ready to take care of those type of things already. But he told you nothing. Nothing.
But you knew the charges.
I knew that, but
you called me.
Yeah, but he's still talking like today he was gonna handle his business. He wasn't handling his business. You understand what I'm saying? Regardless.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you mean handling his business? Because you still would have gotten out because of the new charges.
I know that, but still though, if I hadn't had him at all, period, this should have supposed to be handled anyway. If I wouldn't have this.
No, that's not the public defender. This is that's not the public defender. This is the one where he was paying. This is Which one? BC? Was it BC back then, or was the guy? No, this is because BC had already left. So this is the other guy. This is before Craig, whatever the name is. It's before him. Wait a minute, that might be Craig. Because if this is January, Craig came in January. Might be Craig. Krail. Yeah, it might be Krail because he just came in. Yeah, it might be Krail because Krail's the one talking about divorce court.
Well, I think that what I'm saying to you is, according to what I have been told, or if you would have, they were. That was the plan. You were supposed to be out, and that's why the charges were thrown in at the last minute.
Yeah, I got that part, but I still don't have what I needed when we first started.
That's what you need to talk to him about.
That's right, but that's what I'm talking about, the conflict of interest in conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. Conflict of interest in conversation. Conflict of interest in conversation. That means the attorney should have kept his mouth shut because of conflict of conversation, because he told Shirley something and you didn't want Shirley to know what it was. Conflict of interest in conversation. That's a new one, y'all. That's a new one.
Well, then that's what you need to focus on. But what I'm saying is you can't get mad at him.
I'm not.
He's your help right now, He's your help. You got to try to work with him, not against him. Right now.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, honey. That's all I'm saying.
I got that.
You got to work with him. Out of the 3 attorneys that we've had, him being the third, he's the best so far.
Yeah, but he can't have the service conflict. You gotta have it one way.
Even if he tells me, I can't do anything. Even if he does tell me, I can't do anything.
I know that, but his thing, he should have communicated with me as well. Man, I can't do it. It ain't gonna happen, man, because this is happening right here, and they were going on. But they told me they agreed. This is not gonna stop anything. This was always. That's what I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on, dude. Do you think them coming up with those pictures not going to stop anything? Do you know what they take offense and stuff to children very seriously? Do you know that they take that very seriously? If you notice, any kind of crime against children is handled very seriously. Most of those things, they do not give them bond. And if they do give them bond, they give them a high bond because children are the most vulnerable individuals in the criminal system, meaning when criminals act on children don't have that protection. You know what I mean? They will give high bond or no bond anytime they're dealing with children. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that. High bond or no bond. Okay, they have to be protected. All right, here we go.
This ain't gonna stop nothing. Don't worry about that. I got this.
Who told you that?
He told me that.
When did he tell you that?
Yesterday.
After you heard the charges?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well then, why are you angry? Because
you found out.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
He's angry.
What he's supposed to be working on, he said that was going to be taken care of. At least I have some chopping blocks going down. Okay, that's supposed to be a guarantee right there.
Guarantee.
That's what he said.
Well, okay, I got that. But you can't,
Oh, yeah. And animals. You're right, Demi. Children and animals are very well protected by the law. They will give you the slammer right away when it's children and animal. Okay? Any crimes against children and animal, bet your bottom dollar there's going to be a high bond or no bond. And there is going to be some time.
you can do, as far as I can see, is that you're not out until you're out, no matter what they say. That's why I don't say, oh, he's getting out today or he's getting out, because you're not out until you're out. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Wednesday, I have hope, but until you're out,
Okay. Well,
okay, so no, what I'm saying is, don't put all your eggs in that basket. You have to, you gotta let him work on what he's working on your behalf. But until you're out, you're not out, and that's the reality of it, And it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that he's not working on your behalf, or I'm just saying. Remember how I was. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have to change your way of looking at it. Don't put all your faith in what he says, because it's not. Don't put your faith in man anyway. Just hold on. That's all I can say. Just try.
Can I ask you a question? Is there a diagnosis for Shirley? Is there a diagnosis? Anybody is in the mental health field? Is there a diagnosis for her? Is there a syndrome that she may have that we're not? Is there a syndrome? Enabler? Somebody say enabler.
Honey, I know
passive aggressive, not even aggressive at all.
I'm here and you're there, but
I get it.
Denial. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I get it. But okay. Well.
Stock.
Okay.
Just try to keep your hope alive. That's all I can say.
Y'all get some.
And sometimes it may just sound like words, but that's all you have. And I do believe that he's working on your behalf more than the other two were, at least.
Okay.
I don't even know where this guy. I don't even know where he came from. I just knew that I had to start paying him now. That's all I knew.
I ain't got no problem with it. I just don't like that gossip and shit. I like facts.
Oh, wait. So he's gossiping? Telling your wife what you charge with is gossiping?
Oh, you are? Well, then that's what you need to tell him.
I done told him that 3 times.
Well, who's he gossiping with?
Man,
you!
Period.
She said, who is he gossiping with? You, lady! He's gossiping with you. He's telling you his charges. So he's gossiping with you.
Period. And then sometimes be talking, they don't even know what the fuck they be saying. I don't like to talk.
But if you don't have any control over what other people do. Okay? So it's nothing you can do.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can do about it.
It's fine. I'm cool with it. But I don't know how long she's gonna be able to hang in there with him. He gonna be in probably with divorce court next. What? That ain't fucking professional to me.
No, it's not.
You know what it is? Listen. He's mad because the man probably giving Shirley some advice. Run, Shirley, run. So he feels that he's gossiping because he's scared that his meal ticket is going to be gone because the attorney probably giving her some wise advice. Run, Shirley, run. Because you notice how he mentioned something about divorce court and all that. That means he probably felt that the attorney is telling her to run to the highest hill, Shirley. Get away.
She just a hoe with in. Niggas don't talk like that.
Well, okay, but some of them do. Okay, they might.
Yeah, but
they might.
Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. She just a hoe with in with.
I heard you. I heard what you said. And that's not good to hear if you're behind bars and all of that. I got it.
Thank you.
I heard you. But you can't, you have a strong mind. You gotta block it out.
Yeah, I do.
That's not as bad as the charges. Okay? It's like there's things that are way worse than that. So you can't get stuck on the petty stuff.
No, because here's the thing. If we good, you supposed to have me somebody lined up that do take care of that. That's how this shit supposed to go.
But it's not.
Sound like you're running a pimp game. Hey, you're supposed to take care of this stuff while I'm back in here. Sound like a pimp game. Allegedly. Is that? Yes, it is. What? Well, let me tell you, Ann. And let me tell you, this here was recorded on January 2023, January 13th on this one, 2023, right? 23, right? Listen, the attorney came back in June 2023, right? That means from January all the way to June, even with that letter, Shirley was aware of these charges. Shirley was aware of these charges, okay? I am just telling you that she knew as of June 27, when she filled out that form for him to get out, for him to come to her house, she knew of the charges. Okay. Nope, he wasn't on trial. Nope, Demi. What somebody says? Somebody says. It says, I think this is not the smartest idea to compare. No, mood one. No. See what happened when you come in late? You don't know what the heck you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. The message was, if you was here, you would have known that Shirley did this before R. Kelly was even convicted. Hello? Come on now. Don't come in here late, coming saying the stuff that you don't know what you're talking about. Come to class on time, then you will know what we're talking about. So don't come in here saying, oh, I'm comparing to R. Kelly. No, R. Kelly was not convicted at the time. He had charges at the time, and then the indictment came on later on. So let's not come in here late and causing confusion, okay? Sit in the class, ask your neighbor what's going on in the class before you start yapping in the chat, because you're not correct, okay? Okay? All right. Let's not do that in class. See what happens when you come class late? You come and just get things all wrong, gonna mess up the other folks in the classroom. That's why you come to class on time. Candy, we don't have facts about that. That's not true. Because remember, you guys, people have been pulling up the wrong Ernesto. They did not match the birthday. They did not match. So, Lord Jesus. Woosah. Okay. Yes, it's on the 13th. Bond here is on 13th. Okay. Listen, people. Listen. The marriage, we talked about the marriage stuff here, okay? According to my reliable source, they are married, okay? All this married to this woman, trust me, if it was the case, the government would have hit him with that. They would have got him because they trying to get him for everything else. What makes you think they wouldn't get him for the having tons of wives? You know what I'm saying? They trying to get him for everything. They trying to throw the book at him. Don't you think they would have threw that at him? That would have been the first thing they checked. Oh, you still married to Jane Sue Kelly? You know? Let's get that, okay? From my reliable source, he is married to Shirley Strawberry. Okay? He's married to Strawberry. Maybe since they looking at all of our channels, since you guys keep mentioning this stuff, maybe they're looking at it to make sure he's not married. But according to the source that I found out, he is married to Shirley Strawberry. So let's not get in here with all this extra stuff. He's not married to her, blah, 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 blah. There's no facts on that. Okay? Just like that wasn't him with the machine gun and the silencer and all that. That's not him. No, 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 no. That's not him. So that's why I don't like people just throwing out stuff without paperwork. Have we seen the paperwork? Paperwork on what, Dem? On the marriage? Or what? Which one? Which paperwork? Because let me tell you, okay. One of the things that the marriage thing said, it said that one of them said they met him in college. The man never went to college. The man never went to college. He never went to college, guys. So that wife saying that they met in college, that wasn't him. Maybe it's so many Ernest in the paperwork. To be honest, the CP charges are so grievance that I'm not sure any woman would think a man capable of that. I see where she thought it was upset. Charges came so late. All attorney lies and makes them good job. Okay. So that's all a lie. There's no factual information on that. And if they can find it and bring it up, I'll say it was wrong. But I mean, according to my source, they married. He got have hanging out. Trust me, if they're looking for all this stuff against him, and you know what? Remember, you can't blame the. I think I thought one of those. I thought one could find marriage license in her name. Remember, one person I know for a fact that he was married to was that Carol girl, because that was the one where he had the business with, because I saw the paperwork on them. I saw that one. That's what I was thinking, Cynthia Anderson. I thought no one could find a marriage license in her name. Cynthia, listen, y'all. I'm telling you, the reliable source, which is the judge, they're married, okay? They're married. I'm not going to go anywhere else. They're married. They're married. They're married, people. They're married. They're married. I'm telling you, the judge said that was his wife. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and go back. Look, guys, I don't have a rat in this race. Listen, all I'm doing is covering it. If somebody tells me what the facts are, I'm not part of this. I'm gonna listen. Demi said, "Where's the divorce paper proceeding?" Maybe she's doing it in California. I haven't looked in California. I don't know. I don't know. Demi, let me stick to what I know. Demi, okay? Demi, look. I'm going to stick to this. What I ain't pulled nothing on no divorce paper. I looked up the marriage thing in Fulton County. I didn't see it in Fulton County. But there are many counties here, so could have been a different county where they got married. I know for a fact it's not Fulton County. I know, you know what I'm saying? And trust me, people, if they want to get him, they could get him on that marriage stuff. Because there's enough stuff out there to get him on. You get what I'm saying? So let's not keep bringing that with me, because I don't know, okay? I'm just telling you what the people tell me, okay? And I believe that they will check that because they're trying to get him for everything. They're going to throw all the sink and the dishwasher, everything at him. They're going to throw everything at him. And if they could get him for this marriage stuff, I guarantee you they're going to get him. Okay? And if they don't get him, Shirley will get him because she's trying to find a way out of this mess. Okay? She was married here in Fulton. But it doesn't mean that they got just because they were married in Fulton, that could have been the ceremony. That doesn't mean that they got their paperwork done there, because normally they put it where you live. That's where they usually do it, where you live. You get what I'm saying? Where you live, the county you live in is when usually, it's easy to go walk into the courthouse and get the paperwork done and that, boom, boom, boom. But if you go, you can get married in any county, get married anywhere. Remember, marriage doesn't negate what county you getting your certificate from. You know what I'm saying? Get it, y'all? Get what I'm saying? You can get, thank you, Sharon. You can get a marriage license anywhere, but it's easier to get it from where you live. You get what I mean? It's easier. Because when I was living in DeKalb County, I went to DeKalb County because you're not going to go travel. Because in the South right here, you guys, everything's so far away. So I don't think they be trying to go far, far away. I don't think they be going far, far away. Shirley lived and lives in Fulton County. She lives in Fulton County now. I don't know where she lives now. Y'all know? I thought she went back to California. She can only divorce in the county you live in. Yeah, you're right about that. You can only divorce in the county you live in. But do she live here? Do she live here? That's the question. Do we know for a fact she's still living here in Georgia? Do we know for a fact? Or are we just throwing things out without any fate? A lot of people go to, they do. A lot of people go to Vegas and get married. Yep. Which Ernest is she married? Good question, Linda. There's a lot of Ernests out there, y'all. There's a lot of Ernests. Because some people are pulling up all kinds of Ernests from Fulton County. And that Ernest that got arrested, that's the Ernest y'all pulled up by accident. The one that had the gun and all that kind of stuff, that Ernest is still in jail right now. Is he really Ernest? I don't know. Sharon said 2 county, 2 minutes. And Sharon, stop reading the internet and drive down this thing. You see how far it is? It's far away. Look, 1,001 aliases. Okay, let's finish listening to this. Hold on. Yeah, we hold on. Let me finish listening, and then I'll have the pop up of folks coming up in here. Hold on.
Okay. If not, you got to deal with reality, not how it should go. You got to deal with how it is.
Wow. Them these people out here look crazy as a motherfucker right now. I'm talking about
to who?
I said, the world, my life. How can I look somebody in the eye? I'm talking about what I just got today.
What did you just get to? You mean the charges?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with him. That's the Roswell Police Department, right?
I know it. I know it. I know it. I got it.
I'm just trying to help you maybe see it in another way and not get so upset.
I'm straight. I'm just, I just need for you to be happy.
I'm okay.
Can I tell y'all something? I just thought about something. Let me just tell y'all something, okay? I heard him say something about the Roswell Police Department and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, The Roswell Police Department would have never got involved if there was not a eviction situation of you not paying your rent. Let's just face the fact. It wasn't like you were driving down the street and all of a sudden they stopped you because you were driving while black. It was not something like that. You did something to somebody or didn't do something right to somebody, and they decide to get the police involved. Okay? Let's just make a facts about that. Okay? All this stuff, okay, the Roswell corrupt police department. Yeah, they might be corrupt, right? They might be corrupt. But it was not a case where you were driving down the street and they stopped you because your taillight was messed up. No, they came to you. They went because there was a complaint made because you did somebody wrong according to that person. That's why they filed the police report. The person could have lied, yeah. But according to this, the person said that you did not pay rent. There was some funny stuff that was going on in the house. He's looking for his money. You didn't pay. You just paid the first month rent and you paid the deposit and you had not paid nothing else and you were skipping on the bill. You owe thousands of dollars. That's what happened. And I understand the Roswell police might be crooked and all that stuff, but there was an action on your part that caused them to come out, to search you out. Something happened. That's what happened. Allegedly. So, and I understand folks be talking about the police department. This is just not a drive-by and somebody just happened to be walking by and police said, hold on, black man, stop. No, it wasn't nothing like that. You love my shirt? Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Shirley shouldn't have been done with him after the payroll check garnishment. Exactly, y'all. But she loves the man. And y'all, when we're in love, we do some foolish things. All of us. When we're in love, that person can do no wrong. We all been guilty of that in our lives. So let's not judge on Shirley. We all have done some crazy, foolish things once in our lives. And some of us have done it too many times. Some of us did it once and we learned and we could teach a person how not to get involved with that. And that's what we're trying to do right now. Help somebody out.
I'm not going to say that, I don't get discouraged. I'm not going to say that. But I'm okay. I'm okay. All right? Yeah, sometimes I do get down. Yes, I do. And I'm sure you do too. But, we still have our health. We're still alive. And this is something we're going through. You have your good days and you have your bad days.
Well, I sure been having some bad ones here for an old-ass man.
You're not that old. You're only 58. Elvis Presley's daughter died yesterday. She was 54. She had a heart attack.
Damn.
Yeah.
Did she look 54?
No, really.
He worried about where she looked. 54.
I think she's had a rough life, in a sense. She's been rich all her life, but, she was married to Michael Jackson at one time. I think what really hurt her is one of her kids died. And I don't know if he died of a drug overdose. I can't remember how he died. I have to look that up.
You see how he's starting to laugh again, y'all? She brought laughter back in him.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm just
She said, no, baby, I'm judging this.
I'm just saying, hon, just try to think about the things that you're grateful for. And I know this sounds crazy, and I know it does, but it helps. Then you won't always think of your situation. You're still, you still have life. Just try to think of the things you're grateful for. That's all I can tell you. Just try to think of things that you're grateful for. And it's kind of hard, I know, given your situation. But I'm just trying to give you another way to look at things. Don't let these people, these mere humans get you all upset. Okay?
Did you get upset?
I just told you I did. Did you not hear me? I just told you that. I just told you that.
Me too, Toya.
Okay,
Me
okay.
too.
I just told you that.
Okay, all right, okay. Because do you know how many people that I had to talk to and say, well, your wife, she had this and she had that before she met me, and now she don't have nothing. I'll be like, what'd you say? Yeah. You like Dion snapped on me the other day. That was cute. He took you for your defense. He showed me some man love for you. I had to shut my mouth.
You heard that, right? He got mad because Dion showed some mad love to Sharon. To Shirley, because they told the truth. The woman had stuff before you came into her life. All of a sudden, you come into her life, everything goes to shambles. She's just losing stuff left and right, and she got to deal with all this craziness. Okay, she acting like him. Wow.
Yeah.
But, hon, those things are true. Those things are very true. But,
she lost
even
everything.
with all of that, you still got to try to think of some positive stuff. You cannot dwell on that. You can't dwell on it. You just cannot. I don't care what they say.
Yeah.
And I just told you that yesterday. I said that to you.
Yeah.
I said that to you. Your wife said it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
He don't want to hear it, y'all. He don't want to hear that.
Of course, I don't know what to tell you except for just to try to.
You don't have, listen. This is I don't know if I'm supposed to be your big baby, your husband, or I don't know what the hell I got going on right now. Straight up right now. It just,
Right now we're still married. I'm trying to be as loyal and all that to you as I can, and I'm paying for your attorneys, and all of that. So, you got that to be grateful for. You had that.
I'm grateful for all that you have ever believed in me and done for me. I'm way more grateful.
He's way more grateful, y'all.
But what I hear, the white lady, you just don't know him. You don't know him.
He mad, y'all. He big mad.
Yeah, I get it.
You can't. People are going to say everything. That's the devil. To try to keep
the devil, y'all. There we go. That's the devil, she said.
But
people try to tear him down, she said.
And I told you this yesterday. Jesus went through that and more, for you. So you just got to, he gave up his life. So no matter what we go through.
If you went around, I'll do the same. I'm dead serious right now.
He gonna kill himself? That's not good. He gonna delete himself?
I definitely don't want to hear that. And I hope that's not the case. And,
okay, well.
Just hang in there. I know it's hard. I know that's easy to say. I get it. I get that. But you're letting the negative stuff get to you. You're letting it get to you. And you can't. Don't let them break you. Don't let it tear you down. You're strong. You're a strong man. You got a strong mind. You always have had a strong mind. You can think.
I can think.
Where's that messed up? Where is he? You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're so right. You're so right.
You're so right. You're so right. You're so right.
Don't let them break you. That's all I can say. That's why I tell you got to stay close to God. You need to get in his word and read. You need to read his word.
Okay.
And that's all I have for you, because you can't let this negative stuff get in your mind. That's where everything starts, in the mind. Everything.
She's right about that, y'all.
Everything begins with a thought.
I told you, everything starts with a thought.
You ever seen a movie with Will Smith and his wife, and he was a lawyer, and they started planting shit all the way around him and all that little stuff.
So everybody's planting stuff around you,
Will
dude.
and his wife?
Yeah, not a real wife, like it was a movie. It was probably about 10 years ago.
Enemy, the enemy.
Yeah, that's it.
Enemy,
Yeah, that's it. It came on yesterday once I found this out. I felt like him yesterday. I don't understand what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
I mean, it's like Job. He didn't know. Stuff just kept piling on him and piling on him. He didn't know either. He didn't know why it was happening. He didn't know what was going on. He just had to deal with it. That's it.
Yeah.
Shirley, I got news for you. Job did not go conning folks out of their money. Not that I know. The Bible didn't say that Job conned people out of his money. It says Job was an upright man. He was a righteous man. That's what the Bible told me. And then God allowed the devil to mess with him because he knew that Job would not give up his relationship with him.
His wife told him, why don't you just curse God and die,
Oh, he laughed about that, y'all.
That's what the devil wants you to do. You can't do what he wants you to do. You can't. Like I said, Jesus didn't want to do what he did. He didn't want to do it, but he just said, if it's your will, Lord, then I'll have to do it. Then I'll do it. But if you, take this cup from me.
She said Job didn't have electronics either.
You're right.
I'm just trying to get, you can do all things through Christ who gives you strength. Those are the things you got to concentrate on. You got to concentrate on God. God is bigger than all this stuff.
She's right about that. God is bigger than all this stuff.
That's what helps me get through it. That's what helps me.
Well,
definitely not the same.
All the way out.
Well, you can't worry about that, though. You can't. I'm okay. I'm okay. I get down. I'm not gonna lie. But you can't worry about that. You got enough to worry about. I'm okay. I'm all right. And I'm gonna be all right. You have 1 minute remaining.
Let me know.
Okay.
I'm gonna call Dre so you have to go get a car that you don't figure it out yet.
No, I haven't, but I will.
So if you want to, I'm gonna call him. He could do that for you. I just gotta tell him what's going on. I'll do that probably later on tonight.
Okay.
So get some positive stuff going on.
Yeah, that's what I need you to do.
Yeah.
You.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the one that's in there. It's okay.
I get some positive stuff going on. Okay. So I'll be going, Go ahead.
Get the Bible, read it. You gotta stay in there. That's what you have to do. I don't care if you read Job. Read. Start at the end. I like to read the beginning and the end.
Tony told me they bring us over here and cut you off from
He don't want to hear about that Job stuff. He don't want to hear about the Bible. He just gonna cut this.
Somebody told me today.
Okay.
Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
If you haven't seen Ernesto's latest bond hearing, infamous Sylvia has the full video footage. Judge Adams was gracious and allowed her to film the hearing. To get the latest from inside the courtroom, make sure to go check out her channel. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on.
All right, y'all. All right, let's get this conversation started, y'all. We need a poll question. Who wants to give me my poll question for today? Hey, Steph, how you doing, honey? Who wants to give me my poll question for tonight? I need a poll question. Because I need a poll question. Help us sister out with the poll question. Give me a poll question. Who's going to give me a poll question? We're gonna work this thing out tonight. We're gonna dissect this whole Nesto thing here. Oh, thank you, Cash App. Cash App from. Let's see who just gave me a Cash App. Oh, thank you for my gas money. Okay, do you want me to say your real name? Because I don't want to say your name. But thank you for the cash money. Shout out to you, Mr. Shout out to you, Bushes. All right, guys, who's gonna give me a poll question? Okay, who gave me a poll question? Who thinks Shirley will end up doing the same? Okay. Do you want that to be a question? Okay, who wants that to be the question? Miss Sylvia. Shirley will accept the charges to the court. Stop it. Oh, Sylvia, thank you for the work you put into entertaining us. Okay. You're welcome, SEJ. But wait, before y'all leave, I need to. Y'all running off, and it's not over. It's not over. Poll question: will Shirley be able to keep her job if he's guilty and she stay with him? That's a good one. We need a yes or no question, y'all. We need a yes or no question. Do you believe Nesto upgrade from financial crime and sexual crimes? Do you think Shirley is telling the truth? Do you think Shirley is telling the truth? Do you think Nesto is being... That's a good one. We're going to use that one. Okay? Thank you for that one. Who gave us that one? Who gave us that question? Do you think... Demi gave us the question. Thank you for Demi's question. Our poll question for today is, who do you think Nesto's being set up? It's funny because I don't believe he's set up. Okay, let's do the poll question. Okay, thank you, Tijuana. Thank you, Tijuana, for my super chat. Hold on. Okay, we already got the question. Demi is the person with the question today. Demi, hook us up with the question. Hold on, y'all. Let's do this. Demi question was, who set up... No, do you think... we so silly. Do you think Nesto was set up? That's the question, poll question for today. Do you think Nesto was set up? Hold on. Do you think Nesto was set up? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you think Nesto was set up? Okay, everybody in the chat, start voting. Do you think Nesto was set up? Okay, we'll have a second one. We'll have a second poll question after this one. I just want to see. Aries, go and answer the question. Yeah. Levette said yes, he is being set up. He set himself up by conning people. All right, let me put the link in for you guys for tonight. Hold on, because I think it's gonna be a heavy night tonight, y'all. Because I know you guys been waiting on us to talk about this. I know you guys have been waiting, and yeah. Don't forget, guys. Monday is the hearing. I know people was asking about it. Monday is the hearing. Monday we will have the hearing. It's at 5:00, and we will be showing it here on this channel. I'm gonna come. Dude, he sell the ambulance. You so silly. You guys, Tabasco, stop it. Tabasco said, did he sell the ambulance for Liquid V? Oh, he's too busy on the phone for Bible study. What is wrong with y'all? What? Y'all, you ready? Come on in. Will Shirley allow Sonia to join their marriage? You guys are silly. my stomach hurt tonight. Y'all, you know how they gonna come in here gonna talk about, oh, she laughed too much. Laughter is good medicine. Did y'all know that? I want to know Sonia's reaction to CP charges. According to Roxy Locks, let's see what she says. Yes, so the world can see the fraud he is. Was he getting IV with Y'all so silly. Okay, come on, y'all. Let's get what is the answers to this? Let me see how you guys are answering the poll question. I just put the link in. Did y'all come in? Did I put the link in? Yeah, come on in. Come on in. Don't be scared tonight. What happened I don't know what happened to the ambulance. They probably took that in there. Yes, I love to laugh. I'm in the bushes on Facebook holding you down, Shirley. You so silly. Tracy, stop it. Paul, will Shirley Strawberry play Shirley Caesar? What is wrong with y'all? That's who set him up there. That's who set him up, the ambulance. Chase a lawyer. He don't want to talk to Shirley. When Nestor get out, he stays with Sonia or Shirley. I don't know. Demi said, do you think he will be indicted in any charges? Good question. Okay, there goes Strong, the first victim of mine. Hey, Trissy.
Hello.
Hi.
They are so funny.
They're silly.
Miss Sylvia, I just want to, I'm gonna be real quick because I'm sure it's many people. I'm gonna get on out, but I just want to say that it's really funny how all this stuff came about, because it's exactly what we were speculating on the other night.
Yeah.
So much of what we said, it just came right out in that phone call, and then going through it tonight. To me, I hope it's a lot of people that this is helping, because, I said the other night, I talked about how these con people can turn on a dime, just depending on how quick, whatever you say, boom, they got to answer, boom, boom, boom. And this was classic tonight, because that's the way he did. And Shirley, this was the strongest you heard her speaking, the clearest. And within a few minutes, he had her go completely from offense, where she to defense, where she's, oh, poor you. By the time he got through, she had got all the way around to, poor you, be strong. And he's over there cackling again. And that's when the script was 100% turned, So, I mean, this is something, this is a very powerful lesson tonight. This is how they do it. And they always got to answer. And he'll go from rage and cussing. And once he saw that she was back where he wanted her to be, then he went to the darn giggling again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get off and let somebody else come on.
Okay. Hey, Demi. Hey, I said what I said. Hey, Demi.
Hey, Sylvia.
Good evening.
Okay, Demi. Go ahead, Demi. I hadn't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I know. I've been busy working. So yeah, tonight, well, the calls last night were a lot. It answered so many of the questions we had, as far as, did Shirley know about all these charges? Was she aware of all of them when she wrote the letter? All of that. So that answered a lot of questions. This also showed us how, controlling and manipulative he really is, and how much of a narcissist he is, allegedly, in my opinion. So, I mean, that really came out. He was unraveling when he thought that he was losing control and that attorney was speaking to Shirley without his knowledge. He wants to be able to control the narrative. He wants to be able to, give him permission to talk to Shirley, or let him know what he could tell her, which he had been doing with the other attorneys, especially BC. He was giving BC permission to talk to Sonia and, whoever else, and water it down to Shirley, or pick and choose whatever he told Shirley. So this attorney was like, okay, this woman is paying. I'm going to speak to her and let her know of all the charges and what she's paying for, and that I'm not going to be able to help him with these new charges. So they're going to have to figure something else out. Rightfully so. That is his alleged wife, or that is his wife, and she's the one paying. That is something that she needed to know, that he was not going to be able to cover all of these charges that were coming down the pipeline. He was upset because he was not able to get to her first and water this stuff down and tell his side of the story. And he kept saying, oh, that's not the truth, or he didn't tell you everything, or he didn't tell it right, or that wasn't all the truth. Yes, it was the truth. Whether it's true for you or not, those were the charges that were coming down. So regardless of what your story is behind it, that didn't matter at that time. She needed to know what you were up against. You are going to be able to, tell your defense or tell your side when you have your day in court, whenever that comes up. But she needed to know what you were going to be charged with. And that's just that.
Yeah. Okay. I said what I said. Go ahead on, young lady.
Hey, everybody.
Why you think echoing today?
Where's what?
Why is your thing echoing? I hear
It's
echo.
echoing. Let me turn it on mute and turn it back on. Is it still echoing?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I hear myself. Yeah, I do.
I don't know how. I don't have any other device on. Let me turn it down, maybe. Is that better?
Hello? I still hear myself. Do you hear it, Demi, or is it just on me?
No, I hear the echo.
Yeah, I do.
It's the echo. Oh, wait, let me come back up then. Let Denise go ahead and speak.
Go ahead, Denise.
Okay, so this call was just funny because the fact that he tried to act like he was so upset that the attorney did something wrong. The attorney didn't do anything wrong because the attorney is speaking to the person that he's getting the money from. So I don't understand how Nesto thinks that it's okay for Shirley to pay the attorney but not be privy to what's really going on. And I do think that this was the first time that we kind of heard some type of emotion in Shirley's voice. And I know she did, start going, to being calm and consoling and, the loving wife and supportive and all of that. In my mind, I think that's a game. I think that is a game of her just saying it's not worth my energy to, feed into that because, mind you, she talked to the attorney and she probably knows way more than she's letting on to Nesto because the attorney didn't go back and tell Nesto, yeah, I had, this conversation with your wife and I told her XYZ, he just knows the gist of some of that conversation that the attorney had, but he doesn't know all of the details. And so I think that's why Shirley was probing and asking questions and just, like, well, who's there? Who's, gossiping, and all of that, because it's like he was saying stuff and not realizing what he was saying. He was getting caught up in, oh, I already got a specialist. I'm already 10 steps ahead. I got a specialist, I already. Okay, well, you act like you got it under control. So what are you upset about? Which one is it? You got it under control. You got a specialist. Who paying for the specialist? Because here's the other thing. You hire all these attorneys and then just say, oh, and contact Shirley because she gonna pay the bill. No. And if she doesn't wake up and be like, again, I would hope that she's just playing the game at this point and just, not feeding into reacting to him being so upset because she knows, like, okay, everything isn't false allegation. Everything isn't planted. Some of this has to be there has to be some substantiating evidence that there's probable cause for them to not allow you out, and she's just not gonna, let him know all of what she knows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So tell me how you really feel, Denise.
But
You're ready to boom, come on in. You're like, bust that door open, just kick it.
I was cracking up when I was listening to that last night, because I was like, oh my God. But then I was like, and Shirley he wasn't getting the reaction that he wanted out of Shirley. He wanted her to be just as upset. How dare the attorney talk to my wife? Dude, you're behind bars. You have to wake up, move, get up, use the bathroom with the permission of someone. You don't have the authority or right to dictate who tells Shirley what. You don't. You lost that when you got locked up.
Yeah.
When you actually lost that privilege before that. It's just that you lost the control at the point when you got locked up. But at the point when you didn't put your wife and her well-being before your allegations, that's when you lost the control to even have the authority to tell her anything about what she does with her money, what she chooses to listen to, with the gossip in the street, or her friends, or her daughter, anybody. You lost that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Denise, for telling me how you really feel.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Anytime. I'll go on mute and let someone else speak.
Okay. All right. Do you want to try it before I get to Vicky? Can I still hear my echo? Oh my God, it's bad. What in the world? Where are you? Where'd she go?
I'm at home, but we're getting rain in our city, so maybe that's the deal. I don't know
Let me
what's
hear
going
myself.
on.
Hello. Yeah, I still hear myself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. But
Is it still echoing?
I gotta mute myself. I gotta mute myself.
Is she on speaker? That could be it too.
Is it still echoing?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm probably not going to be able to speak tonight then, because I'm
No,
not
go ahead and
really.
speak. I'll just be quiet.
Well, if it's okay.
It doesn't
Well,
echo when you speak. It just echoes when the others speak.
Yeah.
oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so I've never ever seen a narcissist pimp before. I've seen both types, a narcissist and or a pimp, but not put together. And so this dude sound like he's unraveling, he's unhinged, and it sounds like he may possibly allegedly need some medication, because things are not going his way. And maybe this, I don't know, but it's like we're seeing a different side of him all of a sudden, because the truth is setting in and reality is setting in with Shirley, and he doesn't want her eyes open none whatsoever. He want to be able to narrate this story to her, tell her what he want her to hear. Don't believe anybody else other than him, not even the lawyers. He tried to flip the script around with what the lawyer was telling, him and her. And I've never known a lawyer to tell the person, a wife one thing and a husband something else. What would he benefit from that? What does he have to gain by telling conflicting stories? Not only, would he be jeopardizing his license, but he would be jeopardizing a paying customer. So, why would he put himself in that position? And both of them sound like reality is setting in. And if they try to, like, both of them sounded like they may be drifting away from each other. And each time he tell her to go on, she reel him back in. And each time he felt like that she was trying to go on, when she was telling him about, it's just, when she was telling him the truths about what the lawyer told her, and that he was guilty of some things, and the lawyer wasn't abreast of everything that he was accusing the lawyer of. The lawyer didn't even know what was going on at that time. So he felt like she may be trying to get away. So he tried to reel her back in. And it's like a codependency to me. It's like they both need each other, and they just, they can't make it without each other. So I see them staying together. I see her sticking by him, and she knows At this point, since she know everything, she gave me a different view of it. And to me, at this point, it's like I don't care what happens. I am staying with my man.
Can we all say, "My man, my man, my man"?
Mama, yeah.
Hey, Vicky, go ahead on, Vicky. How do you really feel about this?
She made a good point. It is it is a codependency, but it's a codependency that he developed and helped foster, and she rode along with it. And so she's kind of it sounded like she's facing reality. What I The impression that I got is that he didn't want her talking to that lawyer because Sonia had been the one that was handling BC, and BC seemed to be with the program. Hey, don't tell my wife. He probably was allegedly with the program of don't tell my wife you're talking to Sonia about this. They surely don't need to know nothing. She don't know how to handle anything. And so Sonia had been the one, doing the communication, just like that phone call he had with, I think it was Dion or Lamont. I can't remember when he said, it was Dion when he said, this person she knows how to talk to the lawyer. Surely don't know how to handle all that. I think that he didn't want that lawyer revealing anything that, okay, I've been speaking with this person. Well, I communicated with this person and they know about it. So yeah, Ernesto, he wanted that bubble of control over Shirley. And yeah, it is a high level of codependency where it's like he doesn't really she's not he knows that she's not like the ride or die type of wife where he can depend on her to handle like business outside on the streets, but she's the financial part of it and he needs her, right, at least for right now. And whomever he has on the outside, whether that be Sonia or other ladies he had lined up, um, those are their type, but they just don't have the funds. And if he could be, they can't just be sister wives, not sister wives. What is it called? Wife in laws. That's what the pimps call. That's what the prostitutes when they're underneath the pimp, they call each other wife in laws. So he knows that Shirley probably won't be a good wife in law because she's like, honey, I just can't do this. But the fact that she knows these charges are hanging over there, and I know she doesn't want to talk on the phone and incriminate him more, but she's not more floored. Um, she's not more floored, and he's not. He doesn't sound. He didn't sound as surprised as an innocent person. I believe, in my view, because he's very expressive. So he's expressive, but you see how quickly he cursed and he oscillates between calm and cursing, calm and cursing. He goes back and forth. So he's very expressive when it comes to like expressing his feelings, but he wasn't too shocked about hearing that they're charging him with this. And then did you hear him he alluded to him running like a service. He said something about a service. Did y'all hear that?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
heard it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I know there was something that in the news report that, or I don't know if it was the charges or the news report that said that he was running like an escort service. And so he alluded to that he was being charged with that too, but he doesn't know how to really talk in code. He talks like in country code. So if you don't have like the country code translator, it's not it's hard to understand. Um, I think the thing that kind of bothers me so much. I know Shirley leans in on her Bible and leans in on the Word, and she's finding her faith wherever she can. And I can't necessarily judge anybody for finding God and finding their faith and finding a spiritual grounding, however they can find it. It just almost sometimes it seems blasphemous when this man is this man is something. Not everybody can't be lying, Shirley. Everybody can't be lying. Something's up. Like something got to be up. They just keep adding more and more charges. Well, why do you think that is? Is he just that like popular of a gentleman that that people just want to come down and get him? You're saying that you didn't have this $1 million. Why him? Something got to be up. Something's got to give. Like so, it did open my eyes quite a bit when I'm like, she still wrote this letter in June, even with all of these charges, and it just kind of made me look at her a little differently. Like, madam, there may not be any hope for you when it comes to this relationship, and you're gonna keep riding or die for your man. You just may not know how. And she said it right. I'm 70 years old. I never thought I'd be like this. Well, you are, baby, and you have the decision to you have a decision now to make whether you can continue to be like this. And I think on the back end, she is continuing to ride for him. That's all I got to say for right now. You on mute.
I think she's on the phone. But at this point, though, Vicky, I don't feel sorry for Shirley at all. After I learned what I learned after these calls.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was unmuted. I was trying to tell Nozella go ahead on. Nozella, it's your turn. Tell me how you. Oh,
Hey, I know I be having an echo
yours is.
sometimes.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay. Hello, is it still echoing?
Let me see. Yep.
No,
No,
now
now
you're
you're
good, Sylvia.
Okay, is the coast clear to talk or is it messing up the show?
No, you're fine.
Okay. These calls here was something else. You see how when she got the news about the CP, I'm over here nervous because I don't want to be messing up the show and all that. But when she got the news about those photographs, you notice how he was doing all that cussing and, oh, they lying on me. Everybody know, you already know that I don't like that kind of stuff and all of this. And then he tried to flip it and say that he would off himself. I thought that was strange when he was like, oh, if I wasn't with you or if I wasn't something, I would just off myself. Well, why would you do that if you didn't do nothing? If you innocent, why is your mind going there?
he
Unless you
lying.
got a long ride ahead of you. So that was strange. And then after that happened, what else? Oh, he said that. Oh, I don't know if you played the call because I came in a little late when she said, I knew you were a criminal and had a past, but I thought that was your past behind you. And he gonna say if he wasn't with her, he wouldn't be doing crime. No, he think twice before he do crime. That's crazy. Either you a criminal or not. It don't matter who you're with for you to be thinking about if I'm going to pull a finesse or what is it? A flim flam. If I'm going to flim flam somebody or not. Oh, let me think about it. Oh, no, I'm not. Because I'm with Miss Shirley and Shirley is Steve Harvey's co host. No. So this was a mess. It showed how he do her. He do all that cussing and all of that when she have a backbone. Oh, what did he say? And MF was talking about you gonna end up in a divorce court. Oh, with these charges coming up, you gonna end up divorced. Now he acting mad because he got charges that's gonna make him divorced. So Mr. Williams, he definitely got some things going on, and I, in my humble opinion, don't think he innocent. So that's what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna go on mute.
All right. Thank you for telling me how you really feel. Guys. All
Miss
right.
Sylvia, I have a question.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you remember when we listened to the calls where Sonya was coming back the week of Super Bowl, and Super Bowl's usually in January, and Nesto
February.
told her to have the lawyer call Shirley in front of Sonia. So that's what made me wonder, is this lawyer someone that Sonia came up with? Because Shirley said, well, I don't know who this is. They just showed up and told me I had to pay them. And then it seemed like if that's the case, well, it really ended up coming to bite him in the butt because, it seemed like if Sonya got this lawyer, she got somebody that was reputable. So I don't know if it was like a setup on Sonya's part to know that this man gonna tell Shirley the truth. He ain't gonna play around. So I was just wondering about that. Like, where did this man come from?
It could have been a lawyer that specialized in the charges that he had already been charged with. Oh,
Right,
who
but why,
knows?
if that was the one he was speaking of, why would he say for him to call Shirley in front of Sonya? He said that about some lawyer, and it was in January because that's when Super Bowl usually is.
So that's why I was saying I think that he was mad that the lawyer talked to her privately
Mm-hmm.
without getting his permission and telling her about the
Ah,
CP charges. That's why I think that he was upset about that because he didn't want the lawyers like, oh well, I had your, who knows what Sonya said, who Sonya said she was, like I had your, your sister-in-law here, or and Shirley could
right.
so I think that's why he was mad because he's like, well, what'd he say? That's why he was getting irate, like saying he because he was raging, as raging as much as he could in jail because they'll take your phone time away if you start going crazy. But he was going crazy because that lawyer was talking to him without. That's why I think that's why he told Sonia, have him call her while you're there so you can kind of monitor what he says. Tell her this. Have him tell her just exactly this, how much it costs.
Right. But I think Miss Slick Sonya, if that's the case, I can see her getting somebody that she knows not going to kind of play around like the other lawyer did, and that would actually tell Shirley the truth. Like, because at that time, remember, they all kind of thought he was getting out, and I said, well, maybe she was just trying to set it up to say, so that now he would have to come to her. But anyway, that was one thought, and then Sylvia, the other question, and this is going to take your expertise, is because since we're still talking about this almost a year later, and now that you know that they had these charges, like, in the wings back January, right? We're almost at January again. So if you look at everything that's been going on with this case since July of 22, does this look like the collection of um, what's necessary to build a RICO, since it's been so long and that they've known about these things for such a long period? Is that what this scenario looks like from your experience, your opinion?
Since you put it that way about my opinion, OPN, OPINONION. Oh, I don't even know how to spell it. Well, for my opinion, if the prosecution side, the DA side, have not gotten it together, I don't think a RICO is going to come in. I'm just giving you my opinion if they haven't gotten it together. But if they drop it and the feds could come in, I know that the feds could come in, and if the feds feel they have enough evidence from the AKA victims, they can go ahead and put federal charges because he did cross state line because and as it being a RICO, he has to show a couple of patterns. Okay, so one pattern is the forgery, the money laundering, and then not laundering. Oh yeah, it could be a RICO because it's more than one type of crime. He has multiple crimes. Yeah. Where did she go? She left.
Remember they said, so couldn't they? I'm just from your opinion, from your experience, because he had that lady write a check that,
Mm-hmm.
for, and then he turned around and used it for old girl's ring, Shirley's ring.
Mm-hmm.
That's a form of money laundering, is it?
Yeah.
I would think.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did allegedly used one of the alleged victims' credit card without her permission.
Mm-hmm. That's another one.
Um, Now the other stuff where he was having them send him money and he was saying it for this. Now there's no promissory note, as far as we have seen, or
Mm-hmm.
as far as they've discussed. There's no promissory note to pay it back, or that, or this and that. Everything's just kind of been verbal, and it really. I mean, and then the fact that he kind of sealed the deal with, allegedly being intimate with these people. They could turn around his lawyer, if his lawyer advocates for him properly. He could say that these are women scorned. Is he a philanderer? Yes. But allegedly, yes. Um, but is he a full on thief where he's just taking these people's money? So I think he would need the right advocate. But I think a lot of these charges are probably gonna get dropped down, which is why I think they obviously they don't want him out. They don't want him out because they know he's either subject to run, or he's gonna do it again. He's gonna figure out a way to make some money.
Yeah. What about the vehicle? 3C says right. The vehicles. Remember theft? Those vehicle theft. When you buy a vehicle, theft by taking, theft by receiving, and all that.
But one of them signed the cars over. Like, didn't two of them sign their cars over to him that we know of? They signed their cars
Well, I
over
think
to
one
him.
of them signed it over,
But the
well,
other,
let him use it with the intent of, them being able, him being able to get her a car. And now I'm
That's
echoing.
that's all verbal.
I think
Right, but still, I think if if that person was to testify, I mean, if
I say what I said. Mute your phone because your phone making us repeat. Okay, go ahead.
I was saying if the victim testifies, though, it would be, her word against his. However, he never produced the vehicle. And so, I guess at that point it would be, why did you have a car then? Did
He
if
could
you
have.
what
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying if he was to say, his lawyer was to use the fact that, they were intimate and, he was using the car, and all the other stuff. Um, to me, if that was an isolated incident, then that would be believable. But with the other charges and, the other car, the victim with the other car that, whatever he did, because I can't remember. It's been so many. I'm getting them mixed up. The one that he had walking after the ambulance broke down.
I remember that one. The one with the child.
Yeah, with the child.
Mhm.
Now that's the one that he allegedly did the credit card fraud on.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so that's the one.
The teacher. The teacher.
Yeah,
The teacher, yes.
So he probably, that's something that could probably stick, because if she didn't give permission to utilize those cards, in the way that he was using them, then that's something that could stick. All they probably need bank records, because there's a reason why he was asking Shirley for all her bank statements. There's a you know what I'm saying? There's something was going on there, so he could have been getting cash advances. Who knows what he was doing with that lady's card? But that's something that could stick, and I think the CP charges could stick, because they can go in there forensically and see how many times you've accessed that. They'll go and see when it was downloaded and so forth. So, and that's his computer that was in his possession. So that
And
may stick.
and this one too. The grandmother getting arrested for the car.
And what about the forgery of was it the lease where her daughter's name and Shirley's name was on some documents, but they used a different spelling and a different middle name, because apparently that was what Sheridan had, initially went to the police station to verify. The police wanted to talk to her, and then she was able to verify that no, that wasn't her name, the correct spelling, and nor Shirley's.
Yeah, I think Shirley would testify against him.
No.
I don't think it could be needed.
I think Sheridan would tell it all.
Oh, you sure it's Sheridan or Shirley?
No, Shirley. I said Shirley at first, but I think Sheridan. There's so much. It sounds as if there's so much animosity between the two of them. I think she would tell it all against Ernesto.
If I was in her position, even if there wasn't animosity, I still would do the right thing, because there are so many victims that have been victimized by his, allegations. So even if I really like the person, it would be hard for me to not do the right thing and testify. I mean, and I would only testify to the truth. It wouldn't have to be anything made up, but all she has to do is just tell her truth based off of what she knows.
As soon as you bring in child abuse to me, that's it and that's all. Like if if I had any hesitation about, okay, well maybe I can forget it, I can file bankruptcy on that or file fraud on that or whatever. As soon as I find out that there's something, something more malicious about you, all my because I'm very forgiving for a lot of things. I've had friends steal from me. I've been burned before, but I've never pressed charges, and I've just forgiven them. But like as soon as you tell me that you are a worse person, like, and especially something like child abuse, all that goes out the window, because I know you just allegedly just a horrible human being.
All right, y'all. Let's do a commercial time. We got some cash apps. Hold on, y'all. Let's get our music going. Y'all ready? Let's get it going. So much money. All right. Thank you for the cash app, Miss S. C. All right. Hey, Angie.
Hey, Miss Sylvia.
How are you?
I have a quick
What's going on
question.
with this stuff tonight? Hey, Echo.
I'm muting my TV. You still hear it?
Hello?
Okay.
I still hear it.
So it's too late. Turn down that stuff. Just turn it all the way down. All the way down. I'm sorry. That was my grandbaby looking at the computer.
Okay.
I have a question. Remember when you read us all of those facts of the case? So for each charge, you read us what happened, the actual police report as they reported it in their words.
Yes, I was agreeing. Because I keep hearing myself. I'm going.
And it was a lot of the charges, right? You read us all of them, and you explained, you gave us what the police said, the police statements from all of them. Where is that? Because I can't find it under your tab.
Which one?
I can't find any of that. What is it listed under in your playlists?
All of them should be under Nesto.
Just regular Nesto?
No, Shirley Strawberry. And my playlist.
Okay, because I only saw like 7 of them, but none of them were the ones where you were reading the police reports.
Hold on, let me see.
Y'all, while you looking for that, do you think Shirley believes any of this?
Me?
Anybody?
I do. I don't think there's no way that she would not be able to believe it. She's known about it since January at the latest, and she wasn't shocked. So she had to have known, because the first thing I would have said was not, "How are you feeling?"
What you think her motivation is then?
I don't think she has a motivation. I think that she's very naive, and she wants to live a fabulous life. And she wants, even if it's not fabulous, she wants it to look fabulous from the outside. And I think that she thought that she would do whatever she had to do to continue that because they had been married. But I think that backfired in her face, because everything that looks good is not always good inside.
Amen.
Amen.
I just
I
think
just think
it's
it's
odd
odd
that she would
that she would
think
think
that her life
that
is
her
gonna go
life is
back to
gonna go
normal.
back to normal.
I don't think she thought that far yet. I don't think that she's thought that far. I think now she's thinking, I got to get myself straight. I got to get me a place. I got to get me a car. And I think those are what she's focused on right now. And then he's still in her ear asking her, well, can you do this? Can you do this? That's why she wrote the letter. But she's trying to get herself, well, I'm not going to say straight, but she knows she needs her own place to live, and she knows she needs a car. And I don't think that she's thought past any of that yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when he was
he
talking
was
about the
talking about the
gossip
gossip
thing,
thing.
I'm just like,
I'm just like,
you're,
you're
dude, you're in
dude, you're in
jail.
jail.
You
You
are
are
trying to
trying to
dictate your
dictate your
wife's
wife's
life
life
from
from
jail.
jail.
Um,
Um,
every time you get
every
on the
time you get on the
phone,
phone,
you try to
you try
elicit
to elicit
gossip.
gossip.
Um,
Um,
he always
he
kind of
always
puts
kind of puts
negative thoughts in
negative
her
thoughts
head
in her head
Mm-hmm.
to try to
to try to
keep her
keep her
like tied
like
in and
tied in
roped
and
in
roped in
Mm-hmm.
to his
to his
mindset,
mindset,
always keeping
always
her
keeping her
there,
there,
like
like
mentally
mentally
in jail
in
with
jail
him.
with him.
And
And
I can't
I can't
fathom
fathom
being
being
69
69
and just
and
having
just
that
having that
much
much
love and
love and
desire
desire
for a human
for a human
being
being
that's been
Some
that's been
charged with all
charged with
this.
all this.
some people are more scared to be alone. But my main question is, as this was happening, before you even knew any of this, you knew that your daughter went down there and talked to the police. You knew that your daughter said something to the police that wasn't on your side, because now she's mad and she told you that she can't speak to her kids. I mean, that you can't speak to her kid, that Shirley can't speak to her grandbabies. So even once that was said, then the little bit of rumor started coming out about him and the pictures and stuff. So him and the pictures come up, and they see it outright. You have the lawyer, the DA telling you, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. And then he says, well, it was like 10, 11, 12-year olds. She never asked him about her grandkids.
No,
No,
how would he even
how
know
would
the
he even know the
age?
age?
Right, that's what I'm saying. And she never said, oh my God, these are children. Did you do something to mine? Are they talking about my babies?
But why would
But
she
why would
ask
she
him
ask
that?
him that?
Because
Because
it's not like
it's
he
not
would
like he
admit
would
it.
admit
Because
it. Because
mind you,
mind you,
he's
he's making her seem
making her
making
think
her
that
think that
someone planted
someone
this.
planted this.
That's
Yeah,
not.
That's
but
not.
as a woman, that should be her first thought, because she
If
knew
you
that
thought
this
he
this
was guilty,
situation,
but
right?
mind
No,
you,
no, not even that. Just to question it, to find out, because you knew that she stopped speaking to the daughter stopped speaking to you because of him. So then they said that the daughter knew that there was some papers that had her name on it, and then there were some other papers that had her children's name on it. Then if you found out that there are children, some pictures with some children, and your daughter's not speaking to you, she won't talk to you at all about anything that's been said. My first thought would have been, did you do something to my grandbabies? Why my daughter won't talk to me?
Right.
Why my grandbabies don't talk to me? Did you do something to them? She hasn't asked him that yet.
Nothing. I mean, I
I mean, I
understand that
understand that
she doesn't
she
want to
doesn't want to
speak too much on
speak
the
too much
jail
on the jail
phones,
phones,
but
but
when she
when
brought
she
that up,
brought
it's
that up,
like,
it's like,
do you know
do you
anything
know
about
anything
this?
about this?
Like,
Like,
you can you tell
can
me
you tell
anything
me
about
anything
this? Why
about
would they
this? Why
think
would they think
this?
this?
Right. And is this the reason I can't speak to my grandkids? Because as soon as they would have said kids and pictures, those are
I'd
the
have,
very first kids I would have thought of.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what?
But you know what?
I'm looking at
I'm
her
looking at her
Instagram.
Instagram.
Um, it looks like
It
she
looks like
might be
she
in
might be in
contact with her
contact with
daughter
her daughter.
because
I hope
grand
so.
her
Her
grandkids are on
grandkids are
her
on her
Instagram
Instagram
profile as of
profile
April
as of April
12th.
12th.
Yeah, I hope she was able to actually sit down and talk with that girl, and they both together try to figure out what's going on and figure out what he did on both sides to them. It's a mess. It's a mess.
It's
God,
it's
the
Kids.
echo's
It
real
was
bad.
real
Everybody
bad.
says
Everybody
the echo's
it
bad.
goes bad.
Is it me when I talk? You want me to go back, jump down, and come back up?
I think
I
so.
think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
it could be the device that they're on, and if they're talking on speakerphone too. That I know StreamYard can be kind of weird.
Yeah.
Is my mic still echoing?
No. Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Oh.
But it's only when you talk, when others talk.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking, she's open. We hear it. See, she's open right now. See, as soon as she mute, you don't hear it anymore. It's when she's open. Are you on speakerphone?
Yeah, but I'm gonna leave out because I don't know what's going on with my phone tonight. If it's gonna continue to echo.
Yeah. I can hear
Okay.
myself right now.
Okay, I'm going to bushes.
She's so
She's so
cute.
cute.
Is it better now, Miss Sylvia?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
still,
Yeah, I still.
You
I still,
still hear it?
oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
Yours is
Yours
loud.
is loud.
I turned off all the TVs and everything.
Are you on
Are you on
speaker?
speaker?
Yes. Let me try that. That might be what it is. I don't even know how to get it off the speaker from right here. Lay back, girl.
Y'all, the
Yeah.
other
The
thing I
other thing I
thought,
thought.
oh, I'm
Oh, I'm
echoing.
echoing.
Let me see. Maybe if I drop this other stuff.
Yeah, I might
Yeah,
have
I
to
might have
close
to close
out the
out the
YouTube app
YouTube app
and then
and
come to
then come to
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Am I still bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just tell me what tab the stuff is under so I can go and look at it?
It's on there
It's on
now.
there now.
Ooh.
Woo.
Under Nesto?
Yeah, it says
Yeah, it says
the rap
the
sheet.
rap sheet.
That's
Okay, it says Nesto rap sheet.
but it's
But
under
it's
the
under the
playlist of Shirley and
Shirley
Nestor.
Nestor.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. Under the what?
Shirley
Shirley
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Okay.
It's on the
It's on the
playlist.
playlist.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
You're
welcome.
welcome.
Okay, Nozella, how's yours now when you on mute? Unmute for a second, Nozella. Oh,
Did she
she's
leave?
Oh, actually left.
okay. So none of you guys, it's not happening with you guys.
No.
I'm
Uh-uh.
on
Miss
my iPad
Sylvia,
and I
you
have
look so
headphones in.
tired.
Yeah, I know I'll be running around, but tomorrow I get to rest because there's no court tomorrow. And I'll
Well,
come home.
good.
But I'm gonna do a follow up on Thug's thing. The whole, I'm gonna just talk about different things. Okay, Nozella's still doing it. I can hear
Am
her.
I still echoing?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Are you on speakerphone?
No. Now I'm on the thing where I'm holding the phone like old school up to my ear.
She sounds better now.
No, when we talk, see, you still hear us? I still hear myself. Not as loud.
I don't think StreamYard likes some of us.
What? It could be the device too. So I'm just letting you know I have headphones in, and I'm on an iPad, so it could be you have to go through it a certain way and open it up in a certain browser.
What
Is
browser
that
are you using, Mozilla?
I'm on my Samsung using the Chrome browser.
That shouldn't affect it.
Now, StreamYard, when I'm on the iPad, iPad or iPhone, it makes me go to what's the Apple browser? Safari.
Mm.
So that could just be with iPhone, but that seems like what it's designed for, Safari.
Yeah, it's iPhone because when I use my Android, it's not that problem. But my iPhone, yeah.
was that Vicky just not talking or
Yeah.
Denise?
Vicky.
Okay, I wanted to ask Vicky and Miss Georgia Peach, or the lady that just went off. They were both kind of talking about what I wanted to ask you. Because I think she mentioned about saying when he said that 11 or 12 years. And so when I heard him say that, I thought he was trying to ride that wave of Shirley saying about everything being from his past. I thought he was trying to say that the pictures were from 11 or 12 years ago. So did he say that the children were 11 and 12?
He said the ages were. Mm-hmm.
He said the ages were 11 and
Mm-hmm.
12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the other, I don't know, Vicky, if that was you or Miss Peach that said, um, you mentioned about Sheridan. And if you do you and this another, like you said with Nesta, everything's a puzzle. He said when he was talking about the little folk,
Little people.
little
Little
people.
The
people. Little
little
people.
people.
Okay, so I did again with that. I didn't know if he was trying to talk to her about the CP charges, or if once again he was trying to throw shade at Sheridan
It
because
was
he said
Sheridan.
something like
Yeah,
about
he was trying. Mm-hmm.
your people are trying to do this. You got people doing this to you, and she said no. Remember, she said, and she stopped him. So I
Yeah.
felt like we were all, and remember, this hadn't even been 24 hours since she talked to the attorney. I think we caught a glimpse at her in a state of being shell shocked because I think that's when she starts saying, like, oh crap, like,
Mm-hmm.
what have I done to my child when now all of a sudden these charges are coming up now? You know what I'm saying? I think we saw her in a moment of, kind of reckoning and
Mm-hmm.
realizing what might be going on here. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Yes.
because I think I know what you're talking about. Because on one part of the conversation, he was trying to allude that someone was jealous and trying to make her, think something or whatever. And she was like, "No,
Right,
I'm gonna disagree with that. I don't think
right.
that's true." Yeah.
Yeah. He went
Because
there with her.
typically that's all he needed to say to get her started. And she would jump right in, right?
Right.
But now that she had this little bit of information, even though her head was probably spinning, I felt like, that's when she start trying, she cut that conversation about, no, we're not gonna do this today. We're gonna talk about you.
Mm-hmm.
You see
It's
what I'm
And
like,
saying?
really, I think the lawyer, he really did not have to be honest with Shirley, because sometimes an attorney will just take your money, knowing that they
Mm-hmm.
really can't service you in the matter in
oh
which you
yeah.
need. And the
Mm-hmm.
attorney was transparent with her by
Right.
giving her the information. And I don't think that he may have necessarily thought that, he was doing something right or wrong or whatever. I think
Mm-hmm.
that, it did show a sense of integrity for that attorney to
Right.
give her that information, as opposed to him just continue to take her money and not knowing one way or the other if she was fully aware of everything that he was facing.
Right. And so that's why I was saying, if Sonya knew him and know he's a no nonsense person, he's an honest person, he gonna tell you like it is. That's why I feel like on her part it could have been a little bit of a setup.
I
If
don't think
she knew,
Sonya's that clever, because Sonya is just as in love
no, it's
and
not that she's that clever, it's that she's that shady. And if she thought this man was about to get out, and then now he can be directed more to her. I mean, I just think, like, in other words, again, this is if that's who he was referring to when Sonya was in the airport. I'm saying if she's involved with somebody that is this upright and honest, it just seemed to be a setup to me. That's how, like, if she was really gonna try to stay in the game, she would have got just somebody else, playing game and taking Shirley's money. You see
No,
what I'm
because
saying?
she wants him out, so she's gonna get the best because she
But
wants
she
him
wants
out.
him out to come to her, not to
Right,
go
but
to
she
Shirley.
doesn't necessarily want Shirley out the picture either because, mind you, she
That's the
knows that
money.
the money is through Shirley. It ain't
There
through
you go.
Nesto.
Okay. Okay. There you go. That's it right
Mm-hmm.
there. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Thank you very much, y'all. Thank you.
To
We got
just
a
to.
commercial. We
Oh,
got a
sorry.
commercial. So, okay. Money, money, so much money. Money, 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 so much. All right. All right. Dolores is coming back up. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Good
Dolores.
evening.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. I
No
was,
echo.
there's an echo?
No.
No, I said no echo. Yours doesn't
Oh,
have an echo either. Yeah.
good. I was kind of on the same wavelength that Bessie was just talking about as far as um Nesto kind of throwing Sheridan under the bus and wanting to see how far he can get with that. Um, but one thing I'm noticing with Shirley at this time is that usually before she was very adamant whenever, they're talking about his charges or things that people are saying. Shirley was, no, why are people saying this about you? Why are they doing this? They don't know you like I know you. Blah. All this time she's very quiet and not really responding. And I don't know if she's starting to think about things, but I still think she's still with him because she's helping, supporting him financially. Um, but she may, I, I'm going back and forth of whether I think she's maybe starting to hear and starting to listen to some things. But then still, even though she heard some things from the attorney, we don't know how far the attorney went in giving the details. So it could have been still just some surfacey things that she's aware of. We don't know how much she's aware of
Right.
all of the charges and the details of the charges. Because she doesn't seem to be a type of person who asks questions and goes deeper into situations. So I don't know how communicative she was with the attorney herself. Was she just listening and asking him questions? And how much did he reveal? I still wonder, but I do think what's his name, Nestor was trying to throw Sheridan and see how far he could get with that narrative.
I was actually proud of her during that moment when I mean it was small and fleeting, but when she said I'm gonna when because he was trying to say she's jealous
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
that's
Yeah.
what it was.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he trying to say Sheridan's jealous and it's like jealous of you or jealous of what her mother has or jealous of of what brother because what so she kind of did nip it in the bud and he's like oh okay yeah so
Mm-hmm.
he backed off and he kind of knew to back off and I think if he was outside of the jail he wouldn't have backed off he would have kept pressing at it but because he needs her
Mm-hmm.
he's not going to press it too much he knows how far to go because it's still her daughter whether they have animosity towards each other or not there's still there's still love there and whether Shirley, I'm sure Shirley loves her daughter, but whether she likes her or not is a different story. And I think he just that was a glimpse of what I believe has been happening um, in their relationship, what he's been doing to her with Sheridan. So maybe when to me the feeling I got is like when Sheridan spoke if she ever spoke up about Ernesto, and Shirley seems like the type to bring it to Ernesto's attention. Well, Sheridan said this, and he would probably try to play it out, come back at her. Well, she's just jealous, because that's a very bold statement for a man to come through and say that about your kid. Like to even have the nerve to say that, to talk about my child to me. How dare you? I understand that you got charges pressed against you, but why are you speaking to me about my child and saying that she's jealous? That's not your place.
I think Shirley at one time had said that Sheridan was jealous as well when they were initially talking about the
But
situation.
but you know what? That's the mama, and she can say that.
No, that I understand. That I understand. But um, for me on this particular thing, I think it was more of when Nesta was saying that it was the little people that were feeding these charges or feeding these accusations of the pictures, and that's what she was backing down. I don't know necessarily of the jealous portion.
Yeah, I was thinking about that last night. I don't when I was actually finishing up listening to these two calls, and I was thinking, I'm like, I bet Shirley still thinks that Sheridan is the cause of all of this. Well, that she's the reason why Ernesto is still there. I'm
Well,
willing to bet that she is still kind of there's a piece of her that thinks that she'd have her man home
Yeah,
if it wasn't for Sheridan.
well,
right.
since you guys mentioned that, let me just throw this question out to you. Have you noticed that now the one thing I gave Sonya credit for is that she never bought into saying anything negative about Shirley or Sheridan. When Nesta was going there with her, she never said anything bad about them. To me, it sounded a lot worse for Shirley to be going in on her daughter like that. Like, no, I don't want you to talk about my child, but I'm not going to talk about it either. And then the ironic part in this call, the thing that kind of just hit me was that she was telling Nesto, the Lord is not your enemy. He's not your enemy. But yet and still she called her own daughter her enemy twice on two
Mm.
different phone calls. She referred to her as the enemy. But then you want to show compassion to this attorney saying, oh, he's not your enemy.
See, that's why I,
I,
I I don't have as much sympathy for her throughout this whole everything I've been hearing. I do not have the sympathy that I probably should have with her, and I've asked God for forgiveness because um she has thrown her child under the bus, and she said some not totally horrible, but some things that it's like it doesn't really matter, ma'am. That's your child. That's your only child. That is a child that you waited 40 some odd years to have. And you're spoiling her, and then she has your grandkids too. And even though you were embarrassed to say that you were a grandmother, quote unquote young, that's still that's your baby. And that's why I haven't had as much sympathy for her as like I probably would, because she throws her baby under the bus, and yet you want to defend a lawyer.
I think so this call was what, in January, and do y'all remember that was it right before Christmas, and he was asking was she gonna see the kids, the grandkids, and she was like, well, she had some toys and stuff over there, but she wasn't sure. So perhaps, she was able to spend time with them and her daughter, and now she was not as defensive in January, and she did seem, that she kind of made it known that she does not believe everything that he may have said or wants to believe about her daughter. because she did get, defensive and speak up and say, no, that's not necessarily true. Or it could be that after that conversation with the attorney, there was more shed on why he's behind bars and what he's really facing. And the reality is hitting her where, okay, where there's smoke, there may be fire. So, let me just tread lightly. He may not need to know that they are mending the relationship, whatever, but she wasn't going to allow him just to say whatever he wanted to about her daughter.
That's when I think he kind of got like a little flustered in his voice.
Yeah.
He's like, oh crap,
Uh-huh.
I'm losing a little bit. I don't have the same pull and the same power. And I do hope that they actually they probably talked. And I would, in my head, because I like to create scenarios in my head. In my head, I would my prayer would have been that they hashed it out and she actually talked to her daughter. It's like, well, what is this all about? Why did you go down there? What did you say? Because she has to know something, because her
Right.
attitude was different, because that
Right.
hearing those charges and then hearing it from the attorney, um and then her telling him he's not the enemy, she's giving him cold talk, like saying, this fool is trying to get you out of here, so he's telling me stuff so I can help you.
Yes. That's why I feel like maybe she is supporting him because she feel like that's what she should do as a wife, but she's not still all in the marriage. That, at some point when he gets out or whatever, then she's going to dissolve the marriage. I don't know, because she's like, right now, I'm still your wife, you know.
Oh,
That
that
was
one
a
hit me.
serious
That
statement.
that hit me too. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that's weird. I'm
Yes.
still your wife.
And
That's
then,
just
especially when he started trying to say, he would, if he wasn't married to her, he would do something, it's like then she started trying to comfort him. And I think in her mind, she didn't want to send him over the edge. And so it wasn't a reason for her to be so reactive to a lot of what he was saying. But again, just comfort him, because certainly, even if she believes that he's guilty, she probably still has a sense of, some type of care and love for him, and, wouldn't want to be the one in her mind responsible for him, just like I said, going out over the edge, which he tried to make it seem like. And so it was just her comforting him with, you know, it's okay, you need to pray, because that is what he needs to do. Like I say, even if she feels like he's guilty or whatever, like you're gonna have to get it together.
I mean, even if you pray, that just may mean God is giving you comfort while you serve your time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to necessarily be pray that God is going to get you released, because that may not happen.
Exactly.
I mean, if he, let's just say they have enough evidence to, they prove that they have enough evidence, and he just pleads out, and pleads out. That would probably be the best option, just because it's evident that they're not trying to release him, because they're coming up with more and more stuff. And she kind of figured that out too. And I'm sure she's been talking to people, and I'm sure she talked to the lawyer that to kind of understand, well, what's going on? How are they? Every time it's time for him to go to one of these hearings, they bring up something new. So that what that would tell me, even as a blonde, it's like, that's kind of funny. Like, what, hey, they charge you with this, then they charge you with stuff with my daughter. Now they charging you with this. Something ain't right here.
And she was like, and you're not out until you're out. I mean, that's what I've said. You're not out until you're out.
Girl, she got tired of hearing that. I'll get out.
I get out tomorrow. I go
She
bond
got
hearing.
tired of that.
I'm,
Don't nobody want to
she
keep
stopped
hearing that
believing that
every day.
lie.
Don't nobody want to keep hearing that. All right. Call me when they release you, okay?
Call me when
I'll
you
be
outside.
I'll have your new drawers and socks waiting for you, baby.
Stop.
You can change in the car.
Oh,
Hey
oh.
y'all, do y'all think she's starting to believe he's a dangerous man now?
I
Or
think
do she
she
think
I
he's not dangerous
I think she
no
believing that
still?
he's not the man that she wants to be with, married to for the rest of her life.
Me too. I think we were made privy of the beginning of the end. I think we caught her right in the middle of, real world. She was stepping into it, I think. That's
Hmm.
my opinion.
And even when
Yeah.
she wrote the letter in June or July, you
Mhm.
know, it could be that she was wanting again for him to be out
Mhm.
because, you know, to go through the process of, being, wait for his trial and all that, but not necessarily be out because, she wanted to be husband and wife and,
Mhm.
back like I don't think that in her mind she believes that that's the normal of whatever the good times of their relationship
Mhm.
as being is going to be again.
Well, I don't
Because
know what happened between January and June because at first I said that I didn't think I was still thinking that letter was forged, and especially after they say that they found the notary stamps. I said, well, if they found them, I know they didn't leave them, so they had to take them. But of course, either they could have, whoever was doing it in the first place, could have got some more. I really just would like to believe that she did not write that letter.
You got,
I would.
I remember Trissy. It was in June. Both of them
Right,
had
right,
been
right.
in jail. Remember?
Yeah, yeah. So he was in jail, and presumably they had taken the stamps. So I said, well, either that somebody got another stamp or they missed one. Because remember, they took the ones from his house, but Erica could have had one. I just hope,
Dominique could have had
especially
one.
now that we found out that she knew about this in January, I just pray that somebody forged her name and she did not write that foolish letter. I
No,
just pray
that
she
was
did.
her name. That was her signature.
yeah.
But that goes back to Nozella's question. I
Mm-hmm.
think it was you, Nozella, where you asked if she's starting to think that he's a dangerous person. I don't think she feels he's it's not definitely not a danger to her. Um,
See, I don't know about that. I have to disagree, but I'll let you finish your point.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, because my
because
next
that goes.
question was, did he put the muscle on her? Did she write that letter out of fear?
Okay, there you go.
I don't think so. Um,
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. But then
Why are we playing as if she's a victim?
yes, because she said she was not a victim. She
Mhm.
is not afraid of him. Now the other question is, with that, is she still under the belief that he could not go to Fulton? And is she in Fulton at the time when she wrote that?
But they changed that. They changed that right
I
after
know that
they said it.
I know they changed it, but
Mhm.
is she aware of that?
Of course.
Well,
Well, so right now he has a public defender, right? So does that mean that she isn't financially supporting him?
It's
That means
possible.
she's not paying the lawyer bill.
And
but I
it's
wonder,
possible.
is that public defender for these specific charges?
Yeah.
Because you can have attorney that specializes in certain things.
No, she's the one for all of them because I checked her name. She's on all of them.
Ooh. So she seems. I know she's kind of green when it comes to just based on what I read about her, and that doesn't mean that she because sometimes new lawyers are the best advocates because they're trying to prove themselves. um, but I what I what
Did she disappear?
oh did I go? I would think it went
Yeah,
mute.
you are
Sorry
not.
about that.
Mhm.
Sorry. Um, I have to disagree with you on that as far as we don't as far as like her being afraid of him. I
Mhm.
do think she was afraid of him in ways. And I said this maybe a few weeks ago, and Auntie D, she was on here, and we talked about that. I think he's the type. He's not like a stomp down, slap you in the face kind of guy. I think he's a grab you up, shake you, get some sense into you, talk rough to you kind of guy. And you could hear it on the calls. And then, for, and you could hear some of the ways he talks to her. And I also think we don't know like the kind of people that he was rolling with outside on the streets too. So they could have got to her. And she is a scary lady. He's built this stigma in her head. He's built this mindset in her that people are after her, that she needs bodyguards.
Oh
Shirley
God.
Strawberry of the Steve Harvey Show needs 3 or 4 armed bodyguards. Like, girl, we really didn't. We knew who you were, but we don't know who you are like that.
I think
So
that's
he,
part of her vanity as
I
well.
didn't know who she was until all of this. I knew about her on the show, but I never seen her, never looked her up, never was interested.
yeah, and yeah, I the same. I knew who she was, but like I said, I didn't know her.
Yeah.
I knew, and I wasn't. I'm not a real big fan of Steve either. I watched Steve Harvey Show when I was a kid.
Me
Like
either.
I watched his comedy show when I was a kid, like the sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
But I never, he wasn't my favorite king of comedy. Bernie Mac was, and I didn't like how he did Bernie Mac.
There you go. Okay, both of y'all have hit on something just so important in this, and I expect maybe probably when the trial come out, it's a whole nother branch to all of this
Mhm.
foolishness. And but you two have just hit the nail on the head, and y'all don't even know it. But I'll just tell you, if you think about, for instance, think about all of the kings of comedy, right? Think about them, right? So you know good and well out of all of them, can you say that Steve is the funniest or anything?
No,
But
ma'am.
then you look at how his career differed from Sid, from Bernie Mac, from any of the others, right? And believe it or not, it's a whole big whirlwind, like a whole tornado. And Shirley stepped into it. And it's a lot, y'all, and I think everybody gonna see it later. But both of you just said, because just like what you said, Miss Nozella, most people do not know who the heck Shirley Strawberry. Even now, as much time as we spend talking about this, honey, you go tomorrow. If everybody go out and ask 10 people, do they know about what's going on with Shirley Strawberry? They'll be like, who? Okay, so it's this little bit of foolishness going on, man. It's a whole big another storm out here, and everybody gonna see.
I
Well, I think,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, of course, she has some fame and popularity. If she didn't, I mean, we wouldn't be on this platform talking about him because what Nesto has done is not, isolated to the world. Like, there are other Nestos and have done far worse. I mean, of course, because of the platform that she shares every morning with Steve Harvey, that's one of the reasons why we're, having this discussion. So I do think that there is a sense of people knowing who she is. Some of it may be generational, and based off the market that they were, in. Because I know for me in Texas, Steve Harvey had a comedy club here, in the '90s. And then he was on the radio here, and then before the show became syndicated and all of that. So I think a lot of people my age in this area that I stay in, we're certainly familiar with her. I don't think it was at a point where she needed bodyguards. I think more of that was because of what he has done, and he was worried about people maybe coming after her because he did people wrong. Just a theory. Um, but that's kind of what I thought all those times when he was trying to be overly protective and tell her, you know, watch where she's going and all of that.
I think that's a piece of it, but I also, you're right. Like some of the stuff that I had, just I'll give you an example. I had twin friends, they were brothers. They're identical twins, and one brother was the good brother, other brother he was the bad brother, and he was the one that would sleep with everybody's girlfriend and whatnot. And the good brother, he would he would so often have to look over his shoulder because there was always some guy chasing him because he thought he was his brother because his brother then slept with his wife. So I think yeah, Nesto Nesto was probably worried about something happened to Shirley because he'd have messed over so many people that he's like, okay, I still have to make sure that my wife is protected. I have to make sure that she doesn't. I need to build this up to her to where she needs me, and she's also protected. But he did a horrible job of protecting her because I mean, the the role of it is protect her, but don't endanger her. And he's endangered her financially. He could endanger her physically. So what happens if one of these victims are alleged victims are so sick and tired of them waiting on them to press charges on him so they can get some compensation that they just want to come and get it. They want to come and find Shirley and come and take it back from her. And the amount of money that he took from that lady is ridiculous. And I don't, we don't know if that she probably has not been made whole yet, allegedly, with $250,000 or however much it was. Um, we don't know if that lady's been made whole yet because I don't think they get arrested. If I'm not mistaken, Sylvia, maybe you can correct me. They don't get restitution until the case is closed or
Yeah,
finalized, right?
yeah, yeah.
So let's just say if this was somebody who was just that hurt and that financially done in, that they're just like, you know what, screw it, and they get somebody to go take it from her. It's like, well, you know what, ma'am, you benefited from this, and you didn't ask any questions. So he endangered her, and she's probably feeling so. They built up this life to where he was her go to for everything. So it could be that she just, if she did write the letter, whatever, that's on her. That's her husband. She loves him, and maybe she's just wanting him home so she knows that he can start working on things at home. That could be it, and like protecting her. And his family could be influencing her to come and to help him out, and trying to get something. And she could just be trying to be a good person to him and saying, you know what, I know I can't be with him, but I'm going to at least try my best to make sure he gets out. And I'll write a letter of, I forgot what those letters are called, um, but something to the judge to tell the judge, hey, I don't consider myself a victim. He's my husband. He's welcome to come and stay wherever he wants. He's not a danger to me. I don't feel like a victim. Who know, who knows why she what motivated her, but to me it seems like she hearing these last two phone calls, she was frustrated. She was really, really thinking about how do they keep coming up with new charges. He was talking about her daughter. He was kind of crossing a line with her. So it was so much. She's thinking about her age. She's thinking about, do I really want to go through this? But she's also still trying to be a good wife. And I think to me, what it sounds like and what it feels like is that she's trying to see this through. She's just trying to see it through that he gets out. Now, if he beats his cases, that's on him. Maybe they get back together. Maybe they don't. But I think she's just trying to see it through to make sure he gets out.
Possibly also that she still feels that she needs him in the sense that she still has the characteristics of not taking care of business and not doing things that she needs to do, and she has a hard time. Let's say if she does need to look for home, is she going out and doing it? Is she diligent in doing that? She says she needs a car. I don't know what happened to the truck, of why she doesn't have a car. What happened to the truck
I
that
don't.
she and Dion picked up?
The truck was too big and gas was too expensive on it. She don't like that truck.
Okay, then sell the truck or trade it in or something so you can get a car.
She don't
Was it?
own it. I mean, I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on with
that
that uncle.
that was it. Wasn't that in her name?
I think all of them were in her name, weren't they?
One of them was
Well,
in his
the
business name.
Mercedes one, the G, that was not in hers, but that truck is in her name. That's why she was able to pick it up. So that truck is in her name. She has the authority to do whatever she wants to do with that.
Well, I
But
know
even
we
going
can.
to pick up the truck, she didn't want to do it. She wanted Dion to do it. She didn't want to do any. She still has that lazy attitude of, okay, I need to take care of business, but I don't feel like it. I need someone else to do it for me, or I want someone else to do it for me. And probably,
Well, I think at one time that might have been like a spirit of, the princess spirit or whatever. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you, it's hard for me to imagine this lady not being majorly depressed. And it might be all she could do just to get up and put her clothes on and go for a walk and show up for work every day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm a lady that's close to her age. I'm 62. And I just cannot fathom having all of that on me, So, yeah, and I like hearing all of you talk because it sounds like people are coming from different age groups, different experiences. And, I really like hearing everybody's opinion. And I hope that somehow maybe she's in the bushes listening too. I hope it's something that's being said can help her. I think at the end of the day, with everything that you all are doing, with all the work that Sylvia's putting in, to me, I think the end result is help for someone. I don't know who. But after that phone call yesterday, I'm sorry, y'all, man. My heart has really just been hurt because it's a sad situation. And, regardless of how she got in it, what she knew, what she didn't know, she's a 70-year-old lady who has had the rug snatched out from under her by someone that she loved. And, I just feel sad. That's the truth. For like, I'm not talking about finesse though. I'm talking about just over with the whole situation.
I
Yeah,
agree
I
with you.
agree.
I
Mm-hmm.
agree. There's somebody is. I mean, I think a lot of people, not just women, a lot of people are being helped to kind of, you don't think twice about. It's one thing if you want to get with somebody who has a criminal record, but look at their crimes. Look at what they got arrested for previously. Because, and especially look at the length of time they've been in prison. Look at how many times they've been in jail. It really puts an emphasis on knowing who you are with and know before you make that final commitment. Because it seems like she is stomped down, committed to being with this man, and this is not something that she's necessarily built for. And yeah, I think you're right. I think getting her hair done and keeping her nails done and making sure she has shoes and doing all that stuff. It keeps her up because it's a part of her routine. But no, she doesn't want to do any of that stuff, and she's not trying to tell everybody about her business because she doesn't want anybody to judge her, and she doesn't want anybody in her business and judging Ernesto to really help her. So she's willing to accept help from people who are close to him, but not the people who are around her because she doesn't want anybody like influencing how she feels or kind of changing how she may feel or view him, which is why she's so quick to why I feel like why it appears to be to me why she's so quick to accept, talk to Trey, talk to Dion, talk to Lamont, talk to his daughters, but you talking to his daughters, but what about your child, so I definitely, I won't call it brainwashing, but he's formulated a good package in her head of I'm the one you can trust. What I bring to the table is what you can trust. Everything that they're saying is not true. I'm not sure why all of this is coming up, sweetie, but we're gonna get through this. And then she starts to question him. And he's like, "Well, my life is just effed up. My life is just so messed up. You go ahead on and do what you're saying." And when she doesn't respond, like, "Oh, baby, don't feel like that. Don't, honey, don't feel like that." He switches it up again. So it's like a mental roller coaster he's played with her, and Yes, you're right. I didn't really kind of think about it. She might just very well be depressed, and this is somebody who she she's used to that, like living the high life. Him having everything set up for her. Him having that, she doesn't have to worry about looking for a house because he didn't look, even though they didn't pay the rent, he found
But
a
she
house.
owned the house. We're talking about a lady who owned her house, had everything. She had her whole stuff together. They say she was single. That means she been paying her bills, been handling her business. She let this fake Prince Charming be quote unquote because she didn't have a man for so long. The other people probably was like, "Oh, Shirley, when you gonna get a man?" and all of this and all of that. When she didn't have this man, her life was smoother. It seemed like, but now all of a sudden he didn't came in because he preyed on her. In my opinion, he preyed on her. He already knew what he was going to do once he laid eyes on her. That's why he jumped from one radio host side chick to a whole nother one. That was a side chick to a whole nother one. So his game, because he's been playing this game for years. That's why he got all these charges throughout his life. This man about to be 60 himself. So and I feel like even with that security thing, that was a thing for him to lure in to try to get in more like high end people and all of this. That was all Instagram games. Everything that man did was a game. He don't got not one single bone of loyalty, love, nothing. She was a hustle for him from the beginning. That's why he like I can hear him now talking about this and that, saying that, oh, you had this before you met him and that. And what she say? I said that because it's true. If you send up there broke and
Mhm.
can't get around, who want to get in the Uber all the time? I
Mhm.
don't. I want to drive and handle my business. Who want to ask
Mhm.
people for rides? Who want to be in a big old hunker lunker truck that's taking
Leaking
uh
all in the
diesel?
driveway.
It's leaking oil and
Mhm.
taking diesel. Gas is high. I ain't even got no
Yeah.
money. I'm paying for your lawyer.
Mhm. You know what, y'all? I'm gonna tell you this, and I hope everybody in this chat, everybody in here, remember this night because everything that you all are saying, y'all gonna see that you'll see when all this mess come out. And I said what I said, the Miss Peach, all of y'all gonna be like, wow. Cause you all are touching on a whole bunch of mess, girl. I'm telling you, a whole bunch of stuff going on. And you all are touching on it right now. And when it come out, you all are gonna be like, wow. You gonna sound like Nesto. Wow. Because all of you are 100% correct. 100. I promise you. I
I
promise.
believe it. I know we have to say allegedly on here, but I'm gonna be honest with you. My thoughts and it's my thought, my opinion. Believe I believe the majority of the charges, and that's just my thoughts and my opinions. I believe um, everything he's been charged with. Now, could it be possible that some of these women that are coming forward are just scorned? It's possible. That's why they're coming in staggered. Um, but I believe that Mr. Man has been doing the most for many, many years, and I think Shirley is just she's starting to wake up. Can you just imagine how it would? Didn't she find out? She found out that he was arrested through TV.
Yeah, on this time, yeah.
She was embarrassed. Oh my God.
But
Miss
wasn't he
Vicky, you
missing
don't think
for a
it's the
couple of
devil?
days?
Y'all don't think it's the devil? He say, I know what it is. It's the
It's the
devil.
devil.
It ain't the devil?
Yeah, the devil is him. That's what he was trying to. He the devil.
All right, guys, we're not gonna beat up on the man right here. Remember, guys, be nice. Don't be like Shirley. What did I just play when I first started playing?
That's right.
Did
That's
I
right.
not just start playing that? I played it and I said she was throwing stones, she was doing this, and now she's in a situation just like she was talking about the stuff she was talking about.
I do. I mean, I have empathy for her too. Like, and I mean, I almost have empathy for him too, because it's kind of like his house of cards is crumbling down. Like you, and that's a lot of like people who do run scams or who are in, you know, I've a long time ago. I dated bad boys and the guys who sold drugs, and like when they finally got caught up, it was, man, I should
And
have
you
stopped sooner.
and good, and you could have been arrested with them.
Oh yeah, oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I I started dating squares after that. It's like, oh okay, yeah, no, but they always say I should have stopped sooner. I could have,
I have I have a question, y'all. So, last night when she was talking, well, when we were listening to the call, and then, she kept on saying, you need to pray. You need to pray. Why at some point she ain't say, let's pray, and she just started praying? Because she has,
You
she
noticed
confessed.
that? You noticed that too?
Yes. Because, I mean, I know there have been times where, like just like my coworkers, and they may be saying something, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, you need to pray, and then I may say that, but then I'm like, no, let's pray, like, because how I'm gonna tell you you need to pray, but I'm sitting here listening to what's going on with you, and I can't pray with you or for you.
Hello, yeah.
That's a major issue that I have. If she is really concerned about him and she loves him, and he is saying, I am really, really struggling, then someone who is more mature spiritually
Mm-hmm.
should intercede on behalf of someone else that's weak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There you go
Mm-hmm.
with the biblical.
Mm-hmm.
Go on,
Mm-hmm.
Doris, with the biblical.
Come again?
I said, go on with the biblical.
Oh, and it's not happening at all. And
That's more puzzling to
it's
me than anything else.
and she's constantly saying, you need to get a Bible. Have you sent him a Bible?
Hello.
right. Yeah, you can
Have
order
you?
those on Amazon.
I,
She ain't even went to go see him.
uh,
What
she didn't
I
even
think
know he was a couple blocks away from her.
Yeah.
I think y'all said it, Sylvia. Didn't you say it was only video visits?
Well, his friend
What?
came to see him that time.
It was at the time. I don't know what it is now.
And his friend came to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, she can't be singing at no jail. That's Shirley Strawberry from the Steve Harvey
Yeah,
show.
you know it.
Well, she can put
But if
on.
she's
Well, she probably more. She gonna be more secure at the jail than she is out in public at the mall.
Jails
Yeah,
are
but you
they're
never know when
dirty.
Sylvia gonna show up with her camera.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
but that too, and I mean, but the paparazzi, I mean, they'll catch you going in the mall,
ain't
and
nobody
then
looking for
they'll
her.
distort the picture where it looked like you was about to have a nervous breakdown because they're gonna be like Shirley Strawberry walking in the mall, looks like she's aged by 30 years. You know.
The paparazzi don't care about her. That's the
No, I'm
thing.
just saying
She not
anybody that's
Wendy.
a
She
maybe
not
that snap a
Wendy.
picture of her. But it was on TMZ, so you know.
I agree with
I
you.
agree with you.
I'm not sure whose phone is
That's
not muted.
Nazelle again. What? You was fine. What happened?
I don't know.
I would agree with you as far as praying with him, because yeah, like if I've listened to other prison phone calls, and somebody who's on the outside who, as she said it so eloquently, is more spiritually mature and is knows the Bible better than him, because her just reading off these verses to him don't mean anything to him. He like, what that is. Okay,
Send
yeah,
that to me. Send that to me.
save that to me. Save that for me. I sure do need that. Well, use it. I mean, it's to for what I gather from her. Yes, she reads the word, um, but she may not know how to translate it properly. Even though as great of a speaker as she is, there are just some people who don't know how to deliver the word properly,
But
but in an effective way.
she, I mean, to utter a prayer, she could. say, Our Father, whom art in heaven. I mean, you don't, anybody that's religious understands that you don't have to speak or pray or ask in a manner in which your neighbor does. It's all about what's in your heart.
I agree with you. I'm with you because none of these calls you hear her saying because she's always eating, she's doing something, she's busy or she's depressed. Well, yeah, maybe praying together would uplift y'all spirits and maybe give y'all a blessing. You're right. I never really thought about that. That's a very good point. She does not pray with him, and that's probably what he does need. Like to that probably would help him a little bit better, especially if she felt bad and she was devastated about the last charges that we heard about, the CP charges. I would tell him, bow your head. Come on, let's
We're
pray.
gonna pray.
Let's get through this.
And so
That
that
goes
makes me
back to
wonder,
whether she has a prayer life herself.
right? Did they pray together as husband and wife?
Doubt it.
I listened to, I think it was when they were celebrating her birthday and they were about to eat. And she was the one who said grace. It was your typical grace prayer that you learn as a I'll stop there. I'll go back to question of whether she has a prayer life herself.
Mm-hmm,
I'll
mm-hmm.
say that.
That's why I was saying, like, she, I feel like she reads the word and she takes it in, but you're right, she may not have a prayer life. Because like for me, I just talk to God all day. Like that's helped me through my times. I sit here and have to people it may seem weird, but I talk to God and just have conversations all day with God. It's like, okay, what do I need to know?
Right.
And it doesn't seem like it doesn't appear that maybe she reads the word. She takes it in and she may receive it, but she's not. Maybe she doesn't know how to respond back. You know, so who knows?
There was one someone mentioned how Shirley had everything prior to him and that she was doing well prior to him, which is where I slightly have a different take. Um, she was vocal and on one of the earlier calls when Nesto asked her about her credit and asked her about her finances. And she admitted on the phone call she didn't know anything about credit and then discovered her credit was totally jacked up. So, where she had a home and she had a car, those are things that she may have been holding on to a thread. And she was not dealing with her finances well prior to Nesto. And you could tell that she was an easy prey to Nesto. And I think he realized that, which made her an easy mark because she didn't know about it and she didn't pay attention to her finances. She was one who, if she was going to pay a bill, she had to wait till people called her, and then she may pay it. But she had bad management skills, financial management skills. And I can't, as she was saying in this call, she was putting everything on Nesto. Yes, a whole lot of it is Nestle's problem and issues. But I feel she's a major contributor to the financial mess that she's in. And not until she gets that straight, regardless if she has $1 million coming a year or
500,000 a month or whatever the case may be, if she does not know how to manage her funds, she can lose it regardless of how much she gets.
It could be because she was so liquid. Like it sounds like she was probably just using straight cash and debit for everything with no credit cards. And I think it there wasn't the house paid for.
She had credit cards.
She did have credit cards.
Yes.
Hmm. And she, yeah. So I'm not sure, but I've just dealing being in the finance industry. I know that a lot of very wealthy people, credit is not of importance to them
Right.
because they have the cash to they is that they have the cash to pay it off. It's just okay. I'm busy, so I can't. I'm not going to set it up on auto pay. I'm busy,
Right.
so I'm just gonna. She probably needed a personal assistant. That probably would have helped her kind of work things out. And she, with meeting Nesto, you're right. She was easy. She could have been easy prey, um, because she didn't know much about the credit industry and a lot of just she uses the black card quite a bit, which girl, with him, no.
Yeah.
A lot, but to be fair, like a lot of us, a lot of black people, we don't know about credit until you get to a point where you're ready to buy something. Especially if you kind of grew up rocky, like you don't necessarily know about credit. You don't think of it. You have cash.
But
I
she
w-
was 60 years old when she got with him. And I'm coming from, and I'm not that young, but I'm younger than 60 and all of that, you know? So she could make it all the way up to 60 with her check and managing it then. And then all of a sudden, Nestle come in. Was he her husband or her caregiver? That's
Caregiver,
now my question.
both.
Now, how did you just lose all sense of everything? Okay, he came in handsome with cars, with muscle. She got into La La Land. But I think right now she's snapping out. I think Shirley is gonna be triumphant out of this and she gonna leave
Hmm.
Mr. Nesto. Because this right here has tarnished her name. And she's all about image. And this got her image all the way bad.
Well, it's hard for me to believe that she didn't know about credit when she had purchased the house because the house wasn't
Me too.
wasn't paid in full. The
And,
she had financed the house because the
oh,
house she lost the house in a she did a short sale on the house. So she can't say that she didn't know about credit and all that. You not unless you're going to the table to pay cash for that house, you financed a mortgage. And when
That
you
those were
finance
her
the
words.
mortgage,
Those were her words, her literal words on the phone call.
oh yeah, I know, I remember that, but again, you
How did she get the house?
right because again, if you didn't pay cash, you had to finance it, 15, 30 year mortgage or whatever. And
But we
Carter, you
don't know how she
qualify
got.
for that.
How did she get the house? Did it come in her first marriage? How did she get the house?
I don't know
I don't
because
know,
she
but
had
what
the
was
house
she
in LA.
driving before she was driving that G Wagon? Is what I want to know.
they were working out in California before,
Because she
right?
was living in California and she still had the house in California during at some point while they were still married, and then later she sold it, and like I said, it was like a short sale.
Yeah, so we don't know how she acquired the things that she acquired.
That's what I'm
And by
thinking.
this
I
time, by this
She
think
been
time,
on radio for years and years. I'm thinking she could afford it with her check that she made from working because she's not like just a lady who was kept and didn't work and get out and do different her own kind of hustles. So I think she could afford it with her job.
Right, but she didn't pay. But it wasn't a house that she paid in full. She still had a mortgage on it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost it in a short sale. Like if there, because she would have owned it, and she could.
But
She,
I
there's a
feel
lot.
like she lost it because of him. Whatever flim flams he was doing with these cars he was acquiring and all of these different dreams of NASCAR he had. I think the only reason why like it went down like that in that manner is because she was dealing with that scammer who was like, "Oh no, I can get you a bigger mansion out in
Oh yeah.
Atlanta, and you just sell this. We take that money, and
Hmm.
we'll buy a whole nother whatever." You know, with
Right.
those dreams.
I agree, but I'm just saying at the point when he came along in her life and he asked her about credit and she was like, she hasn't done a good job, she didn't know much about credit and all the other stuff, that had to have been a lie because you had a house that you didn't go and say, okay, this is a $300,000 house, here's my $300 check. It was
But
a
we don't
house
know
that
how
she
she
had.
got the house.
Right? No, I don't know that. No.
And you can have you. There are a ton of people that have ton of serious athletes, celebrities, people that have won lottery that have buku money but are now bankrupt
Mm-hmm.
because they cannot manage their or don't manage their finances, and they think they have all the money in the world and that they don't have to budget regardless of how much money you have, whether you're making $10 an hour or $300, whatever the case may be. You have to budget. Whether you're a millionaire, a billionaire, there's things that you have to take care of. Because even though you make $1 million or six figures or something, you can spend more than you make. And that is what she was doing prior to marrying Nesto. She was spending more than she brought in. So if you have those characteristics, she threw, "Hey Nessa, you take care of everything. I'm going to hand everything to you," because he gave her the illusion that he was in these great businesses and he had everything going for him. So she gave all of that responsibility to him, which that intel is on her because she didn't want to deal with it because she didn't deal with it that well prior to him in the first place. So if there's going to be healing and if she's going to, if things are going to be better at some point in time, you've got to come to the realization and doing self-evaluation. Where am I? And be honest with yourself so you can get better. But if you don't take a good look at yourself and know, okay, this is a weakness of mine, I am not good with this, I need assistance, or I need to learn myself. I can't rely on other people because she relied on Nesto. But if she does not take ownership, which it was even on this call, it's like everything, I had all this stuff, but because of you, I lost it. Yes, a lot of it is on Nesto, but she has to take ownership of her responsibility. And not until she does that is she going to receive any healing and correction and direction.
So how much of trust do people supposed to put into their husband? Now that we got all of this on the table and seeing how she freely gave up everything and submitted, quote unquote. So how much of trust? Is you supposed to submit everything to your husband or
You can submit.
keep an
Well,
eye on it?
it's a lot of good men out here, a lot of good husbands out here that will um do right, you know. But I think, we all as women, we sometimes overlook. You know when you can trust somebody.
And we try to be fixers of everything.
Hmm. We try to be fixers and we give them the benefit of the doubt, and like, oh, I'm gonna be the one to change them when they don't had 10 failed relationships in the last 12 months. But we be like, oh, so I don't I don't think that we can tell you how much trust you should put in a man, because you at the end of the day are going to make the decision to do what you want to do, because I always say grown folks do what grown folks want to do. So I've stepped back years ago from trying to persuade, my friends. If I say he ain't about nothing, whatever, I support from afar. But I don't encourage people to leave their husband unless they putting their hands on it and all the other stuff, because you as a woman, you already know what you're gonna do. So you can't come to me and be like, oh, well, what shall I leave my husband? You can't trust him. You getting calls from the bill collector. He ain't taking care of home. So do you want to stay in that situation?
Yeah, they also say it's vice versa too, because there's some women that do the same thing now.
Exactly.
Okay.
This
Let's
is
not
true.
make it just about the men.
No. And I'm just saying it from my standpoint of being a woman and supporting my girlfriends. But no, it does work the same way.
Because there's some women that just go for guys who to be gold diggers and taking their money now. Y'all know. Okay.
But then that goes before you even get in the situation of marrying someone. How well do you know the individual?
We don't have to, because they put their false representative there a majority of the time just to win you over. And then once you get into that relationship, then that's when all hell breaks loose.
And I that's why one of the things I love about this, hopefully it's getting people to see there are a lot of questions and a lot of things that we should be looking into prior to making a commitment with someone. Things should not just be on a surfacey thing. Oh, we vibe, I like him, and blah, 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 whatever the case may be. There's some deep questions we should be asking. There's some, good grief, some background checks and all sorts of things. But yeah, because it's he asked her about her finance. I don't know if she asked him.
But you know what, something, Dolores? The signs are always there.
Yeah.
Red flags cops all the time. We choose to ignore them.
Yes.
And it's
because remember, she said her friends told her to get away from him. Remember, she said that, and then she chose to, because he probably studied her, and he catered to what he felt that she needed, and she just threw away all her common sense and started focusing on the things that she, like not having to go to the gas station and not having to do this, and he's taking care of that, and not not being wise.
Right.
And he hopped from one relationship right to her. So again, red flag.
But the other question I have for you ladies and men, whoever wants to, the one question I have, once you find yourself in a situation like a Strawberry, it may not be extreme, what do you do? Do you go ahead on divorce? I mean, what do you do? I'm talking about the ones that's married to the situations like this. You see it, you don't want to fall in deeper. Do you just go ahead and throw in a tie and say, okay, let me divorce this person?
I think, I think sometimes women, we have to, have a sense of security before we make decisions like that. If I leave, am I going to be homeless? Am I going to have somewhere to stay? Am I going to be, struggling, surviving, and
not to mention, is he gonna hurt me?
So Sylvia, are you asking if we find yourself in a situation like this where you find out your husband is a total fraud?
No, I mean fraud, or criminal, or I mean just I'm just
number one. I'm getting a lawyer. I'm gonna get a lawyer.
Okay, so you don't say he's the one with the money and you don't have the money.
I'm gonna move in silence.
Yeah, I'm gonna move in. Yeah, I'm gonna still get me. I'm gonna find a way to get me. I still got a mama.
Suppose you just like some women who don't feel like they can't afford it, and they're afraid to leave because they're gonna be by themselves. I'm just giving y'all some reality thing because it's probably something that she's thinking. You get what I'm saying?
I don't care about being by myself. I got a dog.
Yeah, I'm saying you, but I'm.
I got me a dog. I got me a dog, and then you know what? There's always somebody out there. There is
But
always. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, and then some of it is a sense of embarrassment
Yes, yes.
because you had a failed marriage. I mean, I was married. I got married in October, and by February, I knew I was gonna get a divorce. I didn't know.
Say it again. Start. I didn't hear the part.
I said I was married in October.
This past October.
No, it was years ago. It was
Okay.
back in '01.
Okay.
But by February of '02, I knew I was gonna get a divorce.
Was this your second marriage, first marriage, or what?
It was my first. It was his second.
Okay.
But I knew I was gonna get a divorce by months later. I just didn't know when. But I knew I wasn't going to stay in it. But I also knew that if I didn't leave, he would be fine with staying in it. At the point where I knew I had to leave, I literally started, like I said, moving in silence. I got a new job, making more money. He did not know it until one day my girlfriend called and said she had saw me downtown, you know.
So you was one of the smart one. There are some people who's not like.
But it took me 5 years.
Oh, okay.
It took me 5 years. And for those 5 years, I knew I was not going to stay married to him.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I wanted to leave every single day. And literally one day I just woke up and said, forget it. I don't care how much money I got saved. I don't care where I got to go stay. I got to go. I woke up on a Saturday, called 3 of my friends, asked them could they bring their husbands. I went and rented a U-Haul, and I literally moved out everything that I wanted while he was at work.
That sounds like what I did. With my
Yeah.
first marriage. Yeah.
It's my mother went through the same thing. We moved from New Orleans to Vegas in '96, and she she met a man who was 10 years. She met a man in her master's program who was 10 years older than her, and he was just like Nesto, country boy, preacher's son. He at the time light skin was in. He was light skin, curly hair, beautiful teeth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just a good looking man, but and he was a ladies' man, but he was very charming. And my mother, she had my mom had me at 16, so I was going on 13. She was 29, so he was 39, and we moved out here, and he started being abusive. Vegas was the worst place that we could move to because he was a drunk, he was a gambler, and he was a woman beater. And I got to the point where, because I jump into the fight sometimes, and I had scoliosis, and I had 2 back surgeries, and there were times where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and I'd hear her scream, and I'd jump in.
Oh.
And it was just my mom is smaller, she's shorter than me, and I'm 5'2", so she's 5 feet, and I wasn't gonna I didn't care what was going on, and then my mom would have to turn around and like tell her, beg him, her back, please don't hit her, and he was just he was horrible, but he was cheating on her, he brought home STDs, like he was doing the most, so he was doing crazy stuff like pawning her car. Her car was paid off in full, and she didn't know. So he would do a title loan and pawn her car off, and she'd have to quickly go and borrow money from friends. So one day, I didn't even know what was going on. We drove by an apartment. She said, "You like these apartments? You like how they look?" Like, "Oh yeah, okay." We were on the other side, clear on the other side of town, and then the next week we were gone. She had been plotting for months. She had moved all of our stuff one day when he was they were both teachers. She had been plotting for months to make her getaway, because every time we tried to leave, he would he'd find us. He would find us at the we'd go to the budget suites, go to a motel, like leave for the night. So you kind of, if that's the case, you do move in silence, no matter how long it takes. You move in silence. If you think that the man is dangerous, you never, ever, ever tell them that you're leaving. You might have to carry on for a few years, a few months. You just kind of keep things going. I was in abuse. I ended up being in an abusive relationship. I would have to sneak home and try to move stuff to a storage space that I had rented. You do what you have to do. You can't just sit there and stay stagnant and if and then make excuses for yourself and say, oh well, oh he did this, he did that. Yeah, okay, he may have done that. Well, let's learn how to do it. Let's Google how we do these things. So Shirley, I do feel empathy for her because she's an older woman and she just may not have the confidence. And it feels like maybe it's too late for her to learn because she was talking about her age in the phone call. I never thought I'd be like this. I just don't think. I think he's lowered her confidence to the
And
point.
and I think it's because her age too. Because when people get a certain age, they think that life is not going. They're not going to find anybody because nobody wants anybody that old. I mean, stuff like that. It comes creeping in their mind.
Girl, she's got a bunch. You got a bunch of friends, and who
No,
was it? Was it
you
Auntie
guys,
D?
I hope I'm not echoing, but I think it's him. He said in the call he's a womanologist. So no matter which woman he get with, he knows how to play those games. So if it's an older woman, he's gonna do those things, clean up, take care of this, like you said, do the gas or whatever, whatever. A younger woman might be spending a little money, might be using the liquid V. I don't know, but because he's a self-proclaimed, I heard it in those calls, he is a womanologist. So he's almost 60 himself. So he has spent almost 60 years, well, I'll give him 50 45 years of studying women and how to play on women. That is one of his games because he has many. But because of that, that is what put Miss Shirley in a whirlwind because she had those. I don't know. I'm not Miss Shirley. I can only imagine that she had those butterflies. Like, oh, he's doing this. He's telling me I'm pretty. He's going out walking with me. Um he's getting the car detailed. You know I like a clean car. He smells good. He looks good in this. Like he knows how to play the part. He's been playing the part for years. That's what makes him a player. And so Miss Shirley got caught up in the age old game, and I hate it. It is
Now,
horrible.
the thing is, we're talking solutions now. We already know how bad he is. I'm talking about like women who are, or men, whoever it is stuck in situations like this when they find themselves helpless and they can't get out. What are some of the suggestions? She says, move in silence. But suppose you don't
And well,
have to.
you need to get a safety plan together
But
for
what if it
one.
has nothing to do with, like, sometimes it doesn't necessarily, like, I didn't feel like I was not safe
Yes,
with
ma'am.
I just didn't like him. I didn't like my husband. We didn't like each other. the
I've been
the
there.
I mean, that's what it was. We didn't like each other. But the other thing is, as women or as men, we got to stop having low expectation. Him filling up the gas tank, him cleaning up, him bringing Starbucks, him doing this, that's fine. That's surface level. I
Mm,
need to know who you are when when stuff is not going right.
mhm,
I need to know what your hustle is when the mortgage is due and
mm,
I've been laid off or I had to have surgery and I couldn't work
mm,
or whatever. I need to know what your hustle is. And I'm not talking about you getting out there in the streets and robbing and stealing. I'm talking about you grinding. You telling me, baby, it's going to be all right. I believe in God. He gonna see us through. Matter of fact, we're gonna pray this thing through every night until we see a change. I need to have something beyond surface level because what he was doing, that ain't nothing. You can have somebody that don't have your best interest filling your gas tank
mm,
up,
mm,
bringing you flowers,
mm,
paying a bill,
mm.
escorting you to the concert, because that don't require nothing. That ain't nothing. If your expectation is that low where you think that that means something, then it ain't nothing that nobody can tell you to do, because that's what you want. That's what you are fine with.
Somebody said, I don't believe she's safe. He's in jail. Why wouldn't she be safe?
Because of his people, probably.
Yeah, what people? I mean, really.
If people wanted to come after her, people would have came after her before this became known. It ain't like he was gonna pay them before he went to jail. He was stealing and then he went to jail. He wasn't gonna give nobody no car. He was forging names. He was already wronging people. It just caught up with him and then he went to jail.
I'm with you, Sylvia. I don't think that he's in jail. She's in any danger. But I think her issue is pride,
Hmm.
and she does not want to talk to anyone that's going to ask questions.
Right.
And so therefore she cannot get support or help.
Mm-hmm.
And pride is her downfall.
But all her support and help her, everybody's waiting on her. She's the one blocking her blessings.
Correct.
But maybe she is getting help. I don't think if I was really, to be honest, if I was in Shirley's situation, I wouldn't want the public to know what I'm doing. I wouldn't want the public to know that I am getting help, that, you know, I'm talking to someone, because I realized that, yes, some of this was because of who I married, but also some of this is because of who I am. I don't think that we have the right to know all that. And it's okay if we don't.
No, we don't have the right to know all that. But here's the thing: Mississippi Monica was selling all her business before she even said anything on the radio. Like Steve said, we have been known. I think Steve would have probably helped her out months prior to her actually saying something. He probably could have, gotten her an attorney and gotten her like a full, setup to where, hey, you don't have to suffer in silence.
But I think also with that comment that Steve made is that they knew that he was in jail, but Shirley or Mississippi Monica didn't know the severity of all of the charges and everything that was going on. So it wasn't like everything was being said. It was, oh, her husband's in jail, and all that other stuff. And so I don't know if it was to the point of the like gossip of, here's everything that's going on. They knew that he was in jail and they were waiting for her to approach them, as opposed to them approaching her to say, oh, okay, what's going on? We heard your husband in jail. When it didn't come from Shirley, it came secondhand. So I think that the rest of her, the rest of the team was probably put in a bad situation, because although they knew, they didn't know from her, and they didn't know everything that was going on.
So if Shirley is ever listens to this live stream,
Lakeisha said, Laskis. How you say her name? Laskia. She said it's easy to give advice when you aren't in the situation. We are listening to old calls and we don't know how Shirley is now.
That's right.
We're not just talking about Shirley, guys. We're talking about people who have been in situations like this. There are people who are in situations like this right now. We're just trying to brainstorm to try to give some
solutions and support.
It's support. Thank you. That's what we're doing. It's not just about Shirley. Shirley's the topic. It's just that there are people in situations just like her.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not just doing Shirley. Okay.
If I was a woman of means and around Shirley's age bracket, but I just I didn't know, or I didn't like doing the adult things, like getting my credit together, pumping my gas, things like that. I would find a personal assistant. That's number one. I just need help resetting my life. And then get a, like, help me find an apartment, help me find a car. Because there are people who are personal assistants, who are expert personal assistants, who will help you do that, and be ready to pay them a wage just as much as you pay for your hair. Sounds like she gets her hair done frequently. Be prepared to pay your personal assistant, because Ernesto did it. If you were paying him, you just didn't realize you were paying him. But if I was someone of her means, her financial means, because I'm just gonna take a wild guess that her estimated salary was somewhere between the 350 to $500,000 range. And even after taxes, that's still a lot to be able. You can still hire a personal assistant. Yeah, you have other bills to pay, but if you're leaving your husband, you're breaking free. You're like, no more financial support. Maybe a few $20 every couple of months, or every month you put a little $20 on his books. Fine, whatever. I would get a personal. If I knew I didn't like doing this stuff, and I'm just not prepared to learn how to do this stuff, and I don't want to learn how to do it, get a personal assistant.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure the radio station can. I'm almost certain that that's something that can be negotiated in the contract.
What about if you don't have money like Shirley?
If you don't have money like Shirley, then you just got to get to it.
If you
You
don't
just got
have
to get.
money, it's
You just got
you
to get to it.
church. It's a lot of
There's
churches. It's
church,
it's.
shelter,
hmm
you name it.
I think I think the one thing about women is that we are resilient. And so when you make up in your mind that you want something different, and it don't always have to be because of your mates. It could be just because of where you are in your life, and you say, you know what, I want something else. I want a little bit more. I want to see in 2 years, I don't want to be in the same spot. Then you in your mind, you know what resources you need. It's okay to ask for help. If you know that a mentor, or a best friend, or like I said, go to a church, and it's tons of resources. I know church I go we have tons of resources available, and a lot of times people don't use them. They don't
They
use them.
a lot of them, they don't always know that they're there. But I mean, they're surely, like, so who said it? Was it Miss Dolores who said about pride?
Yes.
Yeah, Shirley got too much. She got it's good to be proud and praise God, but she got too much pride. Like, sometimes you have to reset. You do what you have to do. When she's like, "Well, I don't have a right," when she says all that, where I stop kind of having the empathy, my empathy breaks up in pieces with her. Which, I don't have a right to do this. I don't have a right to do that. Well, I'll wait on Lamont. I'll wait on this. Like, ma'am, there have been times where I've had to reset my life, and I've had to walk 3 miles to catch the bus.
Mm.
To make sure that I get to work on time. And I'm talking about waking up at 4 o'clock to make sure I got to work at 7 o'clock. So I got to walk 3 miles and then get on the bus for at least an hour. You know, going to work, and the same thing from work. So you just have to reset. And this is not somebody who is a late. She's not really a lazy woman. She knows how to keep it. She's maintained a job. She's a soldier at that radio station. She makes sure she walks. She stays active. She's a good looking, as far as we know, healthy woman. Um, some of those excuses are just not valid, in my opinion, or that she's been giving. I don't know how. Well, I don't know how to do that. I'll wait till you get out. I wait till. Why are you waiting on him? Because he's looking at you right now. What can he really do right now? Because a lot of that too, like, your man's gotten locked up. Even if, let's just say, Nestor was innocent of all this, your man is looking for you to help him. Well, now, what kind of partner are you right now to him? But as far as the solution goes, for a woman who is just trying to get away from her man, and it's a bad situation, he's in jail, and let's just say he had all the money, and you girl, you got to start pounding that pavement and go to the library and do the get on the computer and fill out applications, or go walk. Some places still walk in. There's call centers everywhere where you can walk in and fill out a paper application. You just get you a job and you go. I'm just saying, there's ways to do it. You just have to do it. Like, if you don't want nobody in your business, um, and you want to do it alone, then you got to do it alone and then go for it. But really, like, it's time to start reaching out. And like Denise, was it Denise or Nozella? About church. Go to any church.
Mm-hmm.
Go to any church. Just walk into the church. It's like, I'm lost right now. I'm at my wit's end. And if they're a good God fearing church, they're gonna open their arms up to you. And it's like, okay, come on in. Go be a Mormon.
Do churches do that for real still?
Yes, they do.
Mine does.
I'm just saying, because I asked church, if you ain't got don't look like somebody, they ain't gonna give you nothing.
I can, yeah. My church does. For
I'm
sure.
telling y'all, the more, like, okay, so I told you my mom was young. My mother was trying to find us a church home, and so I went to Catholic school and Christian school. Um, she was finding like churches to go to. So of course I'm her daughter, so I have to go with her. So she found the Mormon religion because they caught her one day, and it's if you look at the Mormons, they do have some really good like family values. They kind of really do preach and talk about family values, and they help out their congregation quite a bit. If you ever get into trouble, as far as like bill trouble, anything, they will help pay your bills.
Really?
Yes, they do. I mean, they. The only reason why we left the church is because we found out like that was before like the internet became really readily accessible. She found out about their relationship with Black people and the history with Black people. So we left the church, but technically we're still on their roster. But they will help.
You
They
don't
still,
like Black people?
so
History.
the history of it. Now they love Black people. It says that, but the doctrine supposedly said that Black people have the mark of Cain,
What?
the mark of the beast. But they said that came down from God. But now all of a sudden that's changed, and black men couldn't hold the priesthood. So she just found it's like, okay, well, at one point God said this, but now God said that, saying it different now. When did this happen? When did the change happen? So something ain't right here. So that's why we left. But seriously, they still come to me now. They always, do you need any help? Like when I wanted to move my apartments, they were willing to come for free and move you. And they don't bring trucks. They bring like 4 or 5 other boys dressed in those white shirts and black pants with their little ties on, and they will move your furniture. I'm serious. So like, there's help. There's help everywhere. So she really, that's what, like I said, that's when my empathy breaks off, like from her. Like, hey, ma'am, you could do this. You have the financial means. You are more blessed. You may not be mentally blessed right now because you're going through it and your life is falling apart, and spiritually you're not feeling everything. You're kind of, sometimes when we go through these things, we doubt God and we doubt God's favor and everything. Um, but if you're preaching this word to Him, you got to believe it also.
Amen.
So
Yes, so true to that.
Y'all ladies, y'all been so good tonight, but my eyes are getting super, super heavy. And y'all know I've been up all morning. Tomorrow I get to rest. So can I go to bed now?
Yes,
night
you
night.
can. You
No.
beyond you. We owe you a paycheck.
I'm so sleepy, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App.
Yes, I will. I will.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all my eyes. I'm so sleepy right
No, I know you are.
I'm so sleepy. I'm like, oh my gosh, when is this gonna end? Y'all see, I got quiet for a minute. I fell asleep on y'all for a minute.
I'm sorry.
I was wondering. That's okay though. That's okay. We're ready to end the night.
We thank you.
But God, look, it's 500 people still in here. Do you believe that? Oh my Lord, y'all just love this, don't y'all?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's we really, really there are so many people going through this, and this is such a bad situation. But there are people who live in that type of life, and I'm not talking about the glamour and the money, but there are people who marry people that are just like false, fake, you know.
Well, the Bible says, "My grace is sufficient." So, for anybody that's in any situation they don't want to be in, that's the word that I will give them.
Yes, and that's why you're gonna lead us in prayer before we leave.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come to you, God, first of all, just to say thank you, Lord. Thank you, God, because we woke up this morning, and Lord, even though despite how we may feel, God, your grace is sufficient, Lord. And so we're going to lean and depend on you, God. And Lord, we just ask also that you humble our hearts and allow us not to be judgmental, God, because you are the one that has the final say so. And God, we lift Shirley and Nesto and all the victims up to you, dear God, because we know that we're all your children. And God, we thank you for everything that you do. And we pray for Miss Sylvia and her strength, God. And we pray for all those that are under the sound of my voice. Please bless and keep us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Let me just play the music for the
Amen.
last. Let me play the music for the last couple of donations I've received. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate y'all. And y'all girl needs it right now because this is where my bread and butter. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Oh, my music. Where my music at? Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Stephanie. Let's see who else is this. Hold on a second. Let me see this. Okay, hold on. And thank you, Nakia. All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Oh, thank you, Aries. All right, guys, good night. Love
Good
you guys.
night, everyone.
Night
Good night.
all.
Good night.
All right,
Good
bye-bye.
night.
Bye.
And here's our church song.